Chapter 1496. The gods also closed their eyes slowly, waiting for death. However, the death that they imagined did not come. The 100-world devastation cannons did not move at all. Dakini was startled. She repeated, "Fire." However, the world devastation cannons were still motionless. No, to be precise, the energy in it actually retreated and gradually shrank. Dakini was puzzled. "Queen, this is..." In her puzzled eyes, Princess Yunxia showed a pitiful smile. Then, a scene that made Dakini's face change dramatically appeared. The figure of Princess Yunxia gradually became transparent and disappeared. At the same time, the 3 demonic shadows of the royal family around her also disappeared. The hundreds of demonic shadows of the Holy Magic Hall also disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, except for the snow-white disk that was still standing in the Xing River, everything disappeared without a trace like a mirage. The gods in front of the gate of hell were stunned, and so was Dakini. Looking at the snow-white giant, she stammered, "Queen, what is going on?" Inside the snow-white disk, there was a reply. However, the reply caused the Voidwalker mother's body to stiffen. "Hihi, your queen should still be preparing her army in the realm of devils, waiting to go," Li Yarrow said with a smile. That voice, it was Su Yu. He did not leave, he was. Dakini was shocked and said in disbelief, "This giant disk is yours?" Such a horrible destructive object, in her knowledge, could only belong to the powerful demons. Su Yu said with a faint smile, "Is it yours?" Hearing this, Dakini's face turned pale. On the other hand, the gods were still in a state of endless shock. This horrible destructive giant object, is Su Yu's. Dakini's face was pale and dark. Biting her lips, she said in a low voice, "So, all this is a trap set by you?" "Sort of." Under the snow-white disk, a light beam fell, and Su Yu stepped out of the light with his hands behind his back. Behind him, a woman followed. It was Bai Wanqing, and behind her, there was a vague dragon shadow. The dragon shadow shook slightly, creating real wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The real scene before was created by Bai Wanqing, which came from the 3rd magical power of the epoch-making dragon, a dream like 1,000 years. She could create a world with just a thought. Therefore, not only did it confuse ordinary gods, even the cunning Mother Dakini failed to notice any flaws in it. Mother Dakini's face darkened. Sensing the gazes coming from behind her, she said in a deep voice, "Fine, good. Such ruthless methods. You tricked me into revealing everything, making me the target of the God Domain Empire. What a good move. I think that the previous scene was also planned by you, right? Purposely allowing my plan to succeed, allowing my prestige to reach an unprecedented peak. Then, he plotted to expose my true colors and let me fall from the highest position to the lowest. Only then could he sever the sympathy and friendship of all the gods in the God Realm Empire for me. Am I right?" She stared at Su Yu, her eyes full of hatred. Su Yu nodded nonchalantly. If he really wanted to rescue He Ruchu and the others, wouldn't he have succeeded by sending Yongye Chushue and the others? She had sent the weaker Sheng deity and the others because she had guessed that Mother Dakini had set up a trap. Su Yu played along and completed Mother Dakini's plan very cooperatively. Su Yu's reputation was ruined, and Mother Dakini's prestige was at its peak. Simply betraying the God Realm Empire was not enough to incur the hatred of all the gods. For example, those gods who were friends with Mother Dakini would not hate her too much. Some would even sympathize with her. But now, their hatred for Mother Dakini was born out of love. It was the most profound hatred. Not only had she betrayed them, but she had also been heartless and cruel. She had insulted them as fools, useless trash, and the gods who had been friends with her in the past. She had even tried to kill them with her own hands without hesitation. Her ugly face was exposed. It could be said that she had really cut herself off from the gods. Now, who would sympathize with her? No one. At this moment, she was the one who had lost her reputation. Su Yu, on the other hand, had become the savior of the world from a traitor. He had won the approval of all the gods and all the people in the world. This was what Su Yu ultimately wanted. It was easy to kill Mother Dakini, but it was difficult to win the hearts of the people in the world. Now, He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Mother Dakini's eyes were full of hatred. Fine. I admit defeat. But do you think you have won? My methods are far more than this. Swish. Mother Dakini disappeared from where she was and teleported to the palace. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled into a smile. When Mother Dakini approached the palace, 3 figures walked out from nearby. They were Yongye Chushue and Luo Shueri. The 3 of them looked relaxed, as if they had been waiting for a long time. They had blocked Mother Dakini's way. Brother Su, you have a good foresight. You want to escape into the ancient ruins? Why don't you ask us first? Yongye Chushue said calmly as she cast a shy look at Su Yu in the distance. The more she knew about Su Yu, the more horrible he was. The phrase taking every conceivable possibility into account was vividly displayed by him. Yongye Wuheng said, "Do you want to surrender, or do you want us to attack you?" Mother Dakini was so angry that she was about to break through with a roar. Luo Shueri snorted disdainfully. Then, he performed a powerful sorcery to destroy Mother Dakini's soul. This was the first time witchcraft had appeared in the world of the Xing River. Even Su Yu had suffered a great loss when he first encountered witchcraft, let alone Mother Dakini. Mother Dakini's soul was severely injured. She screamed miserably. Yongye Chushue didn't want to be outdone. She shattered the celestial energy sphere in Mother Dakini's abdomen with the heavenly voice of the Dragon Emperor. Yongye Wuheng's eyelids twitched slightly. He thought to himself, aren't they too cruel? Although Mother Dakini was hateful, they had to fight with each other just to catch a person, which was really annoying. Seeing Mother Dakini was about to be killed by the 2 tigresses, Yongye Wuheng took action immediately and captured Mother Dakini, whose body and soul had been severely injured. However, right at this moment, the palace below was suddenly shattered. Then, a strong figure in golden armor stepped out. A powerful aura of the 3rd heaven, wrapped in a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, rose against the sky. Yongye Wuheng suddenly had a premonition of danger. He shouted in a low voice, "Flying dragon in the sky." He turned into a giant dragon shadow and swooped down to fight with the mysterious man in the sky. Bang! Bang! The deafening roar spread out like ripples, crushing the cavern world near the palace into dust. Yongye Wuheng groaned, and the dragon shadow flew backward. Yongye Chushue and Luo Shueri both exerted their strength to stop Yongye Wuheng from flying backward. Su Yu, who didn't want to intervene, changed his expression slightly and teleported over. Yongye Wuheng's flying dragon in the sky was one of the 3 great magical powers of the epoch-making dragon. It contained supreme dragon power and was extremely powerful. However, Su Yu believed that he was no match for Yongye Wuheng in terms of strength. No one in the level 3 heavens could compete with Yongye Wuheng in terms of strength. However, the golden-armored figure in front of him had knocked Yongye Wuheng backward. At the same cultivation level, his strength was higher than Yongye Wuheng's. As he fixed his eyes on the figure, the golden light on his body was gradually penetrated. When Su Yu saw his true face, he was shocked. Zhong Wushuang. Zhong Wushuang was the #1 genius in the cavern world of Zhozhou in the past. Before the chaos of Zhozhou, he left with Jiyu Taishu and his junior sister Zixuan and entered the galaxy. Since then, he had disappeared mysteriously. Now, not only had he appeared, but his strength had also increased greatly. Zhong Wushuang's golden light flashed, and he grabbed Dakini with one hand. Across the ruined palace, he looked directly at Su Yu. "Long time no see, Su Yu." "Zhong Wushuang," Su Yu said. A man who was born with a miracle in his life was destined to be an emperor. In Zhozhou, he was a legendary existence. Even if Su Yu defeated the Central Prefecture's king in the end, he didn't get the glory of being the #1 genius. Because that glory only belonged to Zhong Wushuang. He only got the title of #1 in Zhozhou. The title of genius belonged to Zhong Wushuang. Su Yu thought that with their cultivation at the time, they would eventually be ordinary in the Great Eastern Alliance. Who would have thought that the change would be so great? Zhong Wushuang said, "Your reputation is like thunder. In Zhozhou, you are the #1 person in Zhozhou, and in Xing River, I always thought that there would be a battle between you and me eventually. The world couldn't contain so many #1s. There was only one number one. It was either Zhong Wushuang or Su Yu. However, now is not the time for our battle, Zhong Wushuang said. This world is more dangerous than you can imagine, and it's not the time for us to fight. What a coincidence. I don't want to fight you either, Su Yu said calmly. However, the world is dangerous, and that's not the reason why I don't want to fight you. Zhong Wushuang said, Oh? What's the reason? Su Yu said, Because I don't think there is a need to fight you. You can take the so-called number one if you like, and I don't care. Zhong Wushuang looked at Su Yu and shook his head lightly. You can't refuse the general trend. There will be a battle between you and me, whether you are willing or not. His tone was firm, as if he knew something, which made him seem very mysterious. After a moment of silence, Su Yu said with his hands behind his back, If you really want to fight, I think there is a better reason for it right now. Then, he looked at Mother Dakini. Zhong Wushuang shook his head. It's a pity that I can't hand her over to you. No matter what kind of person she is, she has always been kind to me and Zishuan. If you want to kill her, you will have to kill me first. Su Yu chuckled. His smile was carefree. The next moment, 6 blood-red eyes appeared behind him, which emitted many black lights. 6 paths of natural family. This is the reason why we are fighting now. Su Yu sighed. He should have known that Dakini was involved in the disappearance of Zhong Wushuang and the others. This was because they had another identity in Zhozhou. They were the disciples of the Central Prefecture's king. It was normal for Dakini to train her deceased son's disciples, especially Zhong Wushuang, who was born with the fate of an emperor, and no one could predict his fate. Chapter 1497. Unparalleled Overbearing Fist. With a low growl, Zhong Wushuang's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He waved his fists in the air, and between his fists, there was a vague shadow of chain fragment. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. A punch triggered the chain of the Great Path rules? What kind of magical power was this? Next, a scene that surprised Su Yu even more appeared. The all-destroying 6 paths of nature was directly smashed by this pair of fist. In the past, Nitian Guyun could not block it and was seriously injured, but Zhong Wushuang could. Su Yu was secretly shocked. What had he experienced over the years to achieve such a transformation? He was not inferior to Su Yu in the slightest. The unparalleled overbearing fist shattered the black light, and its momentum did not stop. Seeing that even Su Yu was about to be hurt, Su Yu snorted coldly and turned into a shocking divine weapon, bursting with endless fighting will. Boundless fighting will. The divine weapon was extremely fierce. Although it was destroyed by the unparalleled overbearing fist, it was immediately reborn, and the fighting will was even stronger. In just 2 breaths, the divine weapon had transformed dozens of times, and the fighting will reached a terrifying level. The emitted fighting will alone caused the space of the starry sky to tremble, and there were faint signs of destruction. The cavern world below was on the verge of collapse and was about to be destroyed. The gods who were spectating the battle from afar immediately backed away. Even the slightest contact with the battle intent would destroy their god Tao. The entire God Realm Empire was shrouded in this fighting will and was almost destroyed. Emperor Su. Emperor Yu is so terrifying. The gods of the Great Western Alliance were shocked. Too strong. What kind of realm does he have to be in to have such strength? He is more than 10 times stronger than Dakini. The whole world was trembling. Zhong Wushuang's face changed slightly, but he was not angry. He laughed loudly. Su Yu, you really did not let me down. I am more and more convinced that there will be a battle between you and me. As he spoke, the unparalleled overbearing fist was destroyed, and the boundless fighting will reached Zhong Wushuang. Zhong Wushuang laughed. The unparalleled emperor. Boom. Behind him, thunder rumbled, and a huge divine Laksana appeared. It had a crown on its head and wore a yellow robe. Its face was solemn, and it exuded endless imperial power. As soon as the divine Laksana opened its eyes, a flood of power flowed out and forcibly dissolved Su Yu's fighting will. Su Yu's pupils shrank again. That divine Laksana is the divine warrior of heaven and earth. Apart from him, there was actually another person in the world who possessed the Dharma idol of the sovereign of heaven and earth. Zhong Wushuang grabbed Mother Dakini and plunged into the ground. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he chased after him. However, Zhong Wushuang plunged into the ruins, not caring about the ruins at all. He directly blasted a huge hole in the ruins below. Incomparably astonishing spiritual energy surged out of the hole, which was 100 times denser than in the lost god realm. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Is it that ancient ruin? With a thought, Su Yu quickly snuck in and chased after Zhong Wushuang. Almost instinctively, Yongye Chushue and Luo Shui drilled into the ground for fear of falling behind. Yongye Wuheng smiled bitterly. Alas, why can't I have such a blessing? With that, Yongye Wuheng also got into it. Next, Bai Wanqing and the other gods rushed over. Su Yu and the 3 strong men walked away, leaving Bai Wanqing alone to keep the situation under control. She wanted to follow Su Yu, but she had no choice but to stay behind and take charge of the situation. Clean up the ruins immediately, guard the surroundings, and don't let anyone come close. Second, immediately lead people to take over the cavern world of Mother Dakini and investigate the relevant people. Don't let anyone else go. Third, deities who are not on a mission must return to the cavern world to appease the creatures and announce what happened today. Don't cause chaos. The deities didn't know who she was. They only knew that she accompanied Su Yu, so they naturally regarded her as Su Yu's trusted aide. How could they not obey her? Under her leadership, the God Realm Empire, which had undergone great changes, weakened the adverse effects of today's events to the greatest extent and quickly stabilized. When the ruins of the palace were cleared, a huge gap appeared in front of them. Waves of extremely pure spiritual energy swept out from it, and it was extremely difficult for ordinary deities to even take a step forward. Bai Wanqing stood at the edge of the entrance, feeling the majestic spiritual energy, and said, "Is this the entrance to the ancient ruin? I wonder what kind of scene it is, to be able to nurture a talent like Zhong Wushuang and cultivate no less than 10 level 4 strong men." As she was thinking, suddenly, she seemed to have sensed something and took out the Starry Sky book. The Starry Sky book trembled slightly in her palm, as if it was foretelling something. Bai Wanqing was slightly startled, and her purple pupils shone brightly. She seemed to have seen something in the dark, and her eyes kept following the direction of the object in the dark. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the entrance to the ruins. Her beautiful face changed slightly, and she murmured, "The line of fate leads directly to the ancient ruin. Does this mean that the person Su Yu is looking for is in the ruins?" But she frowned slightly. "Why do I feel that this line of fate is a little strange? It seems to be being led by something." Speaking of Su Yu, the aura of Zhong Wushuang, the tracker, descended directly on the ancient ruin. As soon as it landed, a clamor rushed into his ears. When he opened his eyes, Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. How is this possible? What he saw was not the ruins that had been silent for many years, nor was it a barren land filled with dead silence. Instead, it was a battlefield that shook the heavens. The sky was filled with endless strange weapons. Groups of strangely dressed strong men were piloting all kinds of strange weapons, fighting to the death in the vast sky. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with densely packed creatures and weapons. It was like a vast and boundless ocean. Su Yu was shocked by the sight, especially those strangely shaped weapons, which surprised Su Yu even more. Weapons of civilization? Among them, 1 or 2 were the weapons of civilization that Su Yu was forging. There were many more that he could not name, and even the Empire of Darkness had never mastered them. The weapons of the various civilizations clashed on the battlefield, bursting forth with colorful colors and erupting with waves of terrifying power that were stronger than the last. The brutality of the battle was breathtaking. Such a vast war was far from comparable to the Battle of Shun Capital. This was a war of civilization weapons, a war of the era of the ancient god realm. Of course, it could not exist in this era. Su Yu slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were bursting with bright light. Breaking the absurd. The earth-shattering sound of the battle stopped abruptly. The boundless battlefield gradually dissipated, turning into light clouds. The whole world was like a reflection blown away by the wind, dissipating with a flash. A real world appeared in front of him. It was a vast expanse of white, frozen world. There was only boundless coldness and not the slightest bit of vitality. To be precise, all vitality was frozen under the ice. Ferocious beasts that were running, rare spirit herbs, surging rivers, shining sun and moon, and endless fleeing creatures, all of them were frozen. The scene seemed to be frozen in time and space before the arrival of a disaster. All the creatures were frozen in an instant. Seeing this, Suyu was shocked, because he could feel that the ice was not just cold. It was also filled with the great path rules, freezing everything, including time. For example, the frozen spirit herb under his feet was the most common spirit herb in the world, and no means could have preserved it for hundreds of millions of years. But now, it was as fresh as ever, as if it had just been frozen. Because it was not only the spirit herb itself that was frozen, but also time. Even time had been frozen into ice. The strength of the owner of the ice was incredible. Yongye Chushue and the others were also deeply shocked. However, they had not peeped into the power of time like Suyu had been frozen. "Where is this place?" Luo Shuari murmured, deeply shocked. Suyu shook his head and looked straight into the depths of the white world of ice and snow. The illusion just now came from there. The remaining breath of Zhong Wushuang was also in that direction. "Let's go and have a look," Suyu said. The group crossed the world of ice and snow, and the deeper they went, the more surprised they became. Along the way, there were similar scenes, and more powerful creatures were frozen, and more terrible civilization weapons were sealed. They even saw a creature of the second layer of the heavens. Everyone took a breath of cold air and continued to move towards the deepest part. Until a frozen sacred sky warship appeared in front of them. Above the sacred sky warship was the only place in the entire frozen world without the breath of living creatures. Because it was a cavern house built by later generations. There was no doubt that it was the force that Dakini had secretly cultivated for many years. The captains of the 10 great fleets and countless imperial guards were all cultivated in this cavern world. Including Zhong Wushuang. Suyu used his transparent eye to scan the cavern world. The first thing he saw was an extremely huge furnace, burning with raging flames. Groups of imperial guards were collecting frozen creatures and spirit herbs from all over the place and throwing them into the furnace. In an instant, those frozen creatures melted instantly. However, they did not come back to life, but turned into nothingness. They were frozen in time billions of years ago, and now that the ice was lifted, they suddenly appeared in the present time and space. What would happen when two completely different time and space collided? It was annihilation. Their physical bodies were destroyed in an instant. However, when they were destroyed, they released the divine energy in their physical bodies, which was dispersed into magnificent spiritual energy, filling the ruins. This was why the spiritual energy in the ruins was so terrifying. The force that blocked Bai Wanqing's prying was the force of the collision of time and space. At the same time, what was released was not only the spiritual energy, but also the memories of those frozen people before they died. They were all released together, turned into images, and appeared above the furnace. Most of them were fighting before death, just as Suyu saw when he first entered. This was also why they saw the strange battlefield of time and space billions of years ago, because these were all the memories of the frozen creatures here. It was not hard to imagine how many frozen creatures they had melted in the past 100 years. Around the furnace, a large number of strong men gathered. Every time a creature was melted and annihilated, they immediately accelerated the absorption of the burst of spiritual energy to improve their cultivation. At the same time, every time a frozen creature performed a move before they died, they immediately recorded it. Suyu saw it clearly, and he was shocked. No wonder Dakini had cultivated so many strong men in just 100 years. With such inexhaustible spiritual energy and cultivation techniques, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. However, was this really a good thing? Those creatures were the ones who fought against the invading enemies in the great disaster billions of years ago. Now, the remaining descendants were using their bodies to seek cultivation. Chapter 1498. Shaking his head, Suyu continued to scan the area with his transparent eyes. As expected, he found Zhong Wushuang and Dakini. However, There were two other people here. One was Jiyu Taishu, the enemy of the central prefecture who had tried to kill Suyu but failed. The other one was Zishuan, the person whom Suyu felt sorry for. The four of them were healing Dakini's injuries together. She had recovered a little, but the celestial energy sphere she had lost couldn't be recovered. Her cultivation was destined to drop by a whole level. Zhong Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly as if he sensed Suyu's gaze. He sighed and said, "Did they pass the memory labyrinth so quickly? It seems like we have to give up this place." Dakini's face was pale. Biting her lips, she said gloomily, "This place is my foundation. I can't lose it. The three of you can kill them if you join hands. Go." However, Zhong Wushuang shook his head lightly. "Master's wife, it's hard to stop him. When he regains the people's heart, you will fall from the throne. If you kill them, the God Realm Empire won't tolerate you anymore. Moreover, even if we join hands, we may not be able to defeat them." "You." Dakini stared at Zhong Wushuang. "Fine, I'm injured and lost the throne. So, you've grown up." Zhong Wushuang said calmly, "My wings have never grown soft. Hanxian, open the time gate." However, there was no response from behind. When he looked back, he saw Hanxian standing in the same place, lost in thought. Zhong Wushuang said, "Or, should I call you Zishuan?" Zishuan was the name Suyu had given to her. Hearing this name, Zishuan came back to herself. Her face was filled with complicated emotions. She said in low spirits, "Okay." She turned around and entered a sealed secret room. There was a stone door carved with the words of the heavenly book on it. The surface of the stone door was full of cracks, as if it was about to break. The strangest thing was that it contained an extremely ancient aura, which meant it had been passed down for a long time. It should belong to this relic. However, it wasn't frozen like the other living creatures and spiritual objects. It was still alive. Hanxian walked up to the stone door and imbued her divine power into it. The giant door immediately emitted a gentle fluorescent light, emitting traces of the power of time. Suyu, who was observing from the outside, raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go in. They might try to escape. Although the abode had defenses, how could it withstand their combined attacks?" In an instant, the abode was broken open, and Suyu and the others barged in. The cave abode experts along the way didn't dare to move under the suppression of their divine might. No one dared to stop them. After a few breaths, Suyu barged into the place where Zhong Wushuang and the others were hiding. Banger accompanied by a deafening shattering sound, a huge mountain where they were hiding was smashed to pieces, revealing the four people. Zhong Wushuang, Jiyu Taishu, and Hanxuan's gazes met with Suyu's, and a series of sparks flew. After 10 years, this group of former creatures of the 9 regions actually confronted each other in such a situation. Suyu swept his eyes over them, and his gaze stopped on Hanxian for a moment before fixing on Mother Dakini. Without uttering a single word, Suyu immediately used his boundless fighting will and pointed it at Mother Dakini. To Mother Voidwalker, Yang Qi's fierce and boundless fighting will was something she couldn't resist. Unparalleled tyrant fist. Zhong Wushuang finally stepped forward. His fists, which carried the shadow of the Great Path rules, protected Mother Dakini. At the same time, he said, "Hanxian, Jiyu Taishu, you two deal with those 3 people. I will protect Master's wife and leave first." Jiyu Taishu smiled proudly as he glanced at Suyu. Then, he flew over and stopped Yongye Wuheng and the others who were trying to surround Mother Dakini. After struggling for a while, Hanxian also rushed over. It was 2 against 3. Yongye Wuheng said arrogantly, "I don't believe you are as powerful as Zhong Wushuang, flying dragon in the sky." With an angry roar, Yongye Wuheng turned into a dragon and crashed into Jiyu Taishu. Jiyu Taishu's body emitted colorful light, and he turned into a 9-colored giant. Body of 9 spirit. Bang, his giant shadow was hit hard, and one of the 9 colors on his body disappeared immediately. However, the remaining 8 colors were still as strong as before. Relying on his giant body, Jiyu Taishu managed to take this attack head-on. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. What kind of body is this? An ordinary level 3 deity would definitely die after being hit by this attack. However, Jiyu Taishu had only destroyed one color. Yongye Wuheng shouted angrily. His body suddenly expanded, and his strength doubled. The colors on Jiyu Taishu's body disappeared one by one. Until the last color was destroyed, Jiyu Taishu still couldn't break through. Yongye Wuheng was surprised. He couldn't do anything to Jiyu Taishu. He was surprised, and so was Jiyu Taishu. The body of 9 spirits was a god-level body that he had been dreaming of completing since he was in Jojo. Originally, he had kept it to retaliate against Su Yu. However, Su Yu's follower had almost destroyed his body of 9 spirit. Looking at Su Yu, Jiyu Taishu found that he and Zhong Wushuang were equally matched. To this day, Jiyu Taishu still felt that Zhong Wushuang was a mountain that he couldn't climb. They had fought many times, but he had never lasted more than half an hour in Zhong Wushuang's hands. However, Su Yu had the same strength as Zhong Wushuang. The cruel reality was no less than a heavy blow to Jiyu Taishu. The two of them were in a stalemate. On the other hand, Han Xian stopped Yongye Chushue and Luo Shueri. Although the two women usually didn't see eye to eye with each other, they cooperated very well in front of the enemy. One was proficient in the supreme sorcery path, and the other had inherited the magical powers of the epoch-making dragon. When the two women joined forces, even a level 2 strong man would have to be cautious. However, Han Xian was also surprisingly difficult to deal with. When she struck out with her pure palm print, it was indescribably cold. Both sorcery and the magical powers of the dragon tribe were frozen in an instant. Han Xuan's body gradually became transparent in the battle. She was crystal clear and extremely cold, as if she was a woman carved out of cold jade. Yongye Chushue's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She had seen the look in Su Yu's eyes just now. When Su Yu glanced at her, he ignored the rest of the people except for this woman. The way she stared at Su Yu was also very strange. As expected, there must be a story between them. Yongye Chushue was not willing to admit defeat to a woman who had a story with Su Yu. Shui, go and help Su Yu. Leave this woman to me. Luo Shui looked at the battle between Su Yu and Zhong Wushuang and was overjoyed. He immediately went to help. Soul-destroying lifeless curse. Luo Shui had seen Yongye Wuheng's strength and naturally did not dare to underestimate him. The strongest sorcery was released with a loud bang. The terrifying and cryptic ripples rolled out like a huge wave. Zhong Wushuang, who was fighting with Su Yu, seemed to sense it. He frowned and said, "What a strange power. It doesn't seem to belong to the divine path." At the critical moment, he weaved a seal with one hand and shouted in a deep voice, "King Jiang Shani." Hualala, in an instant, a virtual shadow of mountains and rivers gathered around him, condensed into a robe, and fell on his body. The sorcery ripples bombarded the robe, and the mountains and rivers within the robe were destroyed. However, the robe was not damaged. All the sorcery energy was absorbed by the robe, and Dakini was not hurt at all. Zhong Wushuang tore off the King Jiangshani's robe and put it on Dakini. Then, he pushed her away and said, "Go to the time gate, you go first." Without hesitation, Dakini fled for her life. Luo Shui chased after her, but no matter how powerful her sorcery was, she could not break through the King Jiangshani's robe. Seeing that Dakini was about to escape into the time gate, Luo Shui's face fell. She bit her red lips, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. Soul-binding curse. The blood splashed and dispersed into dense, fine threads in the air. The fine threads weaved into a giant net, which fell from the sky and bound Dakini tightly. "Don't move. Otherwise, your soul will be destroyed first." Luo Shui's face was a little pale. It seemed that using this technique consumed a lot of sorcery energy. This was a secret technique passed on to her by the Moonwatch sect leader. Because it was too overbearing, it could easily destroy a person's soul, and it consumed a lot of her sorcery energy. She could not use it unless absolutely necessary. She had no other choice. Her opponent's King Jiangshani was completely immune to sorcery energy, so she could only use the secret technique. But if she could capture Dakini, it would all be worth it. She turned her head to look at Su Yu. Imagining Su Yu praising her, she could not help but smile. Even without her warning, Dakini could feel the scorching heat and excruciating pain coming from the depths of her soul. It was as if thousands of ice blades had pierced into her soul, and she grimaced in pain. Most importantly, her opponent was holding the other end of the blood net. If he pulled, the giant net would tighten, and her soul would really be destroyed. Dakini's eyes turned, and her expression softened. She revealed a helpless and bitter look, and laughed at herself. "Ha, I couldn't escape after all. This is fate." Luo Shui raised her sharp chin and said, "It's good that you know that. Come here obediently and listen to Brother Su's punishment." "All right, as long as you don't hurt my soul, I'll listen to you," Dakini said, as she walked over slowly. With the blood net in her hand, Luo Shui was not worried that she would attack violently. However, just as Dakini approached, Luo Shui suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Holding the blood net in her hand, she suddenly sensed that Dakini had become an empty shell in the net. She had lost her soul. "Oh no!" Luo Shui's expression changed. Without hesitation, she tightened the blood net immediately. "How dare you!" Mother Voidwalker's enraged voice echoed out like thunder in his ears. However, Luo Shui was very decisive. She decided to destroy Dakini's body first. With a cracking sound, Dakini's divine body was cut into countless pieces by the blood net. At the same time, Luo Shui's back was hit violently. With her cultivation and strength, she should have been able to block the attack. However, the secret technique of the soul-binding spell consumed almost all of her sorcery energy. In a hurry, she could only manage to form a sorcery spell and hit it behind her. Ah! With a shrill scream, the sorcery spell hit something. However, Luo Shui also took a blow from her opponent. The divine energy penetrated her chest, and Luo Shui's heart and arteries were damaged. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, and her chest was covered with blood. Instantly, her chest was soaked by the dazzling red blood. Su Yu, Yongye Wuheng, and Yongye Chushue, who were watching this scene, were all shocked. Chapter 1499. Sky-splitting yin-yang style. A Tai Chi pattern flashed and diffused Zhong Wushuang's punch. Su Yu turned into a beam of light and rushed over. His palm was filled with divine power as he struck a transparent soul behind Luo Shui. Swish! The Monarch River mountain robe that was draped over his body instantly shattered. However, the cunning Mother Dakini leaped out of the way before the palm strike could reach her, like a grey shadow. She did not jump into the door of time immediately but caught Luo Shui, who was seriously injured and about to pass out. Su Yu was afraid of hurting Luo Shui, so the divine power in his palm was not released in time. Seizing this subtle opportunity, Dakini disappeared into the door of time. A red light flashed in Su Yu's right eye as he used the power of space to explore it. However, there was nothing in the door of time, not even space. How could he teleport them back? At this time, Zhong Wushuang shouted, "Dakini has left. Let's retreat quickly." Su Yu's heart was filled with murderous intent. He turned around abruptly, his eyes like those of an ancient ferocious beast. "It's all your fault." Zhong Wushuang's heart trembled as he sensed Su Yu's murderous intent. He apologized, "It's a pity, but we all have our own positions." As he spoke, Zhong Wushuang took a deep breath and shouted, "Divine throne of heaven and earth. Rumble." The shadow of a golden dragon throne fell from the sky. 99 real dragons were carved on the dragon throne, inlaid with countless suns, moons, and stars. It exuded the supreme majesty of a celestial emperor. Facing the dragon throne, Su Yu felt a sense of helplessness and panic, as if he had first encountered the tree goddess. He even had an impulse to worship it. Yongye Chushue was trembling all over, and she could not help but kneel down. She was shocked. What is this thing? Even in the face of the nine-headed god, she did not have the slightest impulse to worship it. Yongye Wuheng also could not resist the oppression of the dragon throne. However, he seemed to recall something and murmured, "Divine throne of heaven and earth. Divine throne. Wait, is this the legendary lost emperor-based saint artifact, the divine throne of heaven and earth?" The emperor-based saint artifact ranking was incomplete. Even during the era of the 9 emperors, many emperor-based saint artifacts were missing. The World Annihilation Emperor, who ranked first, only had the World Annihilation Plate, which ranked 5th. As for the 1st to the 4th place, they were all missing. Even their names were known to very few. Yongye Wuheng's face was gradually filled with shock. Yes, it's definitely the 4th Emperor-based saint weapon, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Although it was only a phantom, its power was not inferior to the 10th Emperor-based saint weapon. The divine throne suppressed the three of them to the point that they couldn't move. Only then did Jiyu Taishu and Han Xian withdraw. As he passed by Su Yu, Jiyu Taishu's killing intent flared up. However, when he met Su Yu's bloodthirsty gaze, he hesitated. "What are you waiting for? The phantom image can only exist for 3 breaths of time," Zhong Wushuang shouted. The veins on his forehead bulged, and it was obvious that he was straining himself. Only then did Jiyu Taishu leap toward the time gate unwillingly. However, at that moment, Zhong Wushuang seemed to have felt something. His expression changed slightly, and he stared at Su Yu. "What do you want to do?" Su Yu's forehead squirmed, and a hidden aura of brutality, savagery, and greed seemed to have come from ancient times. That aura made people tremble and feel uneasy. It made people instinctively feel fear from the depths of their souls, as if it was an existence at the top of the food chain. Poof! With a soft sound, a crack appeared between Su Yu's brows. A pitch-black and indifferent eyeball shone brilliantly, and it was extremely intelligent. "You forced me to do this," Su Yu said in a low voice, his voice full of killing intent. "I didn't want to be your enemy, but you just had to go against me. If that's the case, all of you can die, and fall into eternal silence. Heaven-devouring demonic eye. Open." As Su Yu shouted, the eyeball seemed to come alive, and it shot out a greedy and brutal look. It seemed to be laughing. It was unknown whether it was laughing at the lowly creature before it, or at Su Yu. After suppressing it for so many years, it had finally released it. Yun Yazi had once said that once the Dao Tai's eye matured, it would not stop devouring, and its appetite would grow bigger and bigger until there was nothing left to devour, and it would devour itself. All these years, Su Yu had almost never used it, and it had greatly delayed the maturation of the Dao Tai's eye. However, the appearance of the 9-headed heavenly god had awakened the Dao Tai's eye from its slumber, and it had matured ahead of time. However, it immediately fell into a deep sleep, and if no one woke it up, it would not wake up in a short period of time. However, Su Yu still woke it up. The Dao Tai's eye turned, revealing a greedy look, and finally fixed on the shadow of the heaven and earth divine throne above its head. A ray of black light shot out, enveloping the shadow of the heaven and earth divine throne. With a whoosh, the illusory figure disappeared without a trace. Puff! Zhong Wushuang was caught off guard, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face changed dramatically. The Dao Tai's eye. Run! Swish! The first to react was Jiyu Taishu. He was originally near the time gate, and when he saw the scene, he was scared out of his wits, and immediately escaped into it. Next was Zhong Wushuang, who turned into a beam of light and came to the time gate. At that moment, Han Xian also reacted, and immediately escaped to the time gate. However, just as she moved, a violent force came crashing down. Han Xian subconsciously gathered her divine power to resist, but she could not resist the force at all. Her defense was completely broken, and the great force penetrated her body, blasting her away. In the fog that filled the sky, Han Xian saw a pair of eyes that she was very familiar with. In the past, when those eyes looked at her, they were filled with guilt, but now, there was only indifference and disgust. She suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her heart, more painful than her body. Zhong Wushuang turned around abruptly and shouted, "Junior sister." At the last moment, Su Yu broke free from the oppression of the heaven and earth divine throne and intercepted Han Xian personally. Moreover, he did not hold back at all. "Su Yu, junior sister is innocent. If you want to attack, come at me," Zhong Wushuang shouted. Su Yu's face was cold and murderous. He said, "Innocent? When she tried to stop me, and caused Luo Shui to be captured, did she think she was innocent?" Zhong Wushuang took a deep breath and said, "Fine, you are on different sides, but have you forgotten the friendship between you two?" Hearing that, Su Yu's face became even colder. "When she chose to be my enemy, did she think about the friendship between us? Or did she think that I would not kill her, as always? With a breath, Su Yu sucked Han Xian into his palm, grabbed her throat, and said coldly, I have already repaid what I owed you. You caused my friend to be seriously injured and captured, so you must pay the price. Han Xian looked at the unfamiliar eyes, and there was only endless sorrow in her heart. Yes, when did Su Yu ever owe her anything? Why did she think that she could be forgiven for going against Su Yu? Why did she think that she could be forgiven for causing the death of his friend? The bitterness in her heart spread, and Han Xuan's eyes dimmed. The winner takes all, just like how the Blood Emperor failed to kill you, and was killed by you instead. There are no innocent people in this world, and I am no different from the Blood Emperor. You can kill me, I have no complaints. Su Yu said coldly, fine, go and die with Luo Shui. Seeing that Su Yu was going to kill her without any mercy, Zhong Wushuang said, wait. Su Yu glanced at him coldly. If I were you, I would have escaped long ago, and not waited here to be devoured by the heaven-devouring demonic eyes. As he spoke, the heaven-devouring demonic eyes stared at Zhong Wushuang, and the light of greed shone brightly. If you want to save your friend, please hear me out, Zhong Wushuang said. Su Yu looked at him, loosened his grip a little, and said, speak. Zhong Wushuang said, I think we can exchange hostages. Use your friend in exchange for Han Xian. Su Yu pondered. Can you make the decision for them? Haha, they are a group of people who have lost their power. Of course, they will listen to whoever is stronger. Unfortunately, I am the strongest among them, Zhong Wushuang said. Su Yu nodded slowly, put Han Xian down, and imprisoned her divine energy. He said, I will give you 2 months. In the ruins of the world of divine remains, if Luo Shui is harmed in the slightest, Han Xian will die, and so will all of you. Zhong Wushuang said, I guarantee that Miss Shui will be unharmed. When he finished speaking, Zhong Wushuang looked at Han Xian and said, Junior sister, please wait patiently. As he spoke, he entered the door of time. When he entered, the door of time shattered with a loud bang, leaving only scattered stones. Su Yu stood for a long time, and said, take her back and guard her strictly. If she tries to escape, kill her. Yongye Chushue nodded and left with Han Xian. Han Xian clenched her fists. She felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Why did this happen? Their reunion should not have ended like this. In the vast snowfield, Su Yu was the only one left standing in silence. He picked up the broken pieces of the door of time one by one, recalling all the bits and pieces of Luo Shui in his mind. From being hunted by her, to the saint lady looking for a husband, to her disguise and tagging along, to the red dust dream in Shengjing, and finally to the 5 years of training together, everything felt like it had happened just yesterday. Her feelings were vividly displayed in disguise, in the red dust dream, in marrying Su Yu, and in bearing his child. However, Su Yu pretended not to know and turned a blind eye to it. Now that he did not know whether she was alive or dead, the hidden regret surfaced in his heart. If it were not for his praise and favor, would Luo Shui have risked her life like that? No way. Su Yu could not blame her capture on the enemy with a clear conscience. He was also responsible. Holding the stone in his palm, Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Shui, I will save you, at all cost. Buzz. All of a sudden, the heaven-devouring demonic eye between Su Yu's brows, which had been suppressed by Su Yu several times, shot out a beam of black light, engulfing the furnace in the great hall. Su Yu's face fell. Trouble had finally come. Su Yu closed the heaven-devouring demonic eye, but as soon as he closed it, the Dao Tai's eye opened on its own, greedily swallowing the black light, engulfing everything in front of it. After a few attempts, the Dao Tai's eye would open on its own, engulfing everything in the world. It could no longer close, and it was no longer under his control. From now on, it would open and continue to engulf things. Each time, it would engulf more and more things, until it devoured itself. The worst situation had happened. Su Yu could not appear in front of anyone, or the heaven-devouring demonic eye would engulf him. The person she loved the most, her closest friend, her most loyal subordinate. None of them could appear directly in front of Su Yu. Hey, don't waste your time, you can't stop me. A cold, mocking voice rang out in Su Yu's mind. It was the Dao Tai's eye. Chapter 1500. Ha, when the Dao Tai's eye matures, it will form its own intelligence. The Dao Tai's eye said in Su Yu's mind. Work hard to find something stronger for me to devour. Otherwise, I will devour you. Ha. Hearing the Dao Tai's eye's arrogant voice, Su Yu's face gradually calmed down. He said, I thought you would have other ways to harm your host. It seems like you have no other way but to devour your host. The Dao Tai's eye said mockingly, why? Do you still have a way to seal me again? Once I mature, no one in this world can make me sleep again, not even you. As it spoke, it shot out a few beams of black light, devouring a large number of frozen creatures. From the looks of it, it seemed like it intended to devour all the frozen creatures here. That greedy aura, that unscrupulous attitude, was unmistakable. Su Yu smiled faintly. I really can't make you fall into a deep sleep, but unfortunately, I can still seal you. Swish. A piece of paper as white as a snowflake appeared in Su Yu's palm. It rotated gently, emitting an indescribable aura. On the paper, there were lines of heavenly writing. As soon as the paper appeared, the Dao Tai's eye's mockery receded like a tide, replaced by solemnity. Dao paper? Who gave it to you? As it questioned, its voice became fierce and urgent. So this thing is called Dao paper? Su Yu said lightly, holding the Dao paper with one hand and pasting it between his eyebrows. The Dao Tai's eye was shocked. It shot out black light frantically, trying to devour the Dao paper. However, the Dao paper ignored the devouring eye, going against the black light and pasting it between his eyebrows. The devouring eye was forcibly sealed. The furious voice of the Dao Tai's eye echoed in Su Yu's mind for a long time. After a long time, the Dao Tai's eye calmed down and said in a low voice, Kid, are you sure you want to seal me? Su Yu smiled without saying a word. Was he going to wait for it to devour as it pleased? We can come to an agreement. I can choose to devour, but you can't seal me, Su Yu interrupted without hesitation. You don't have the right to negotiate. Goodbye. As he finished speaking, a divine power wrapped around his eyebrows, preventing the voice from reaching his mind. Just as his voice was about to be cut off, the Tao Tie's eye roared, You can't seal me forever. No matter how strong the Dao paper is, it is still a dead object. Unless you never give me a chance to grow stronger, there will come a day when I will even devour the Dao paper. With a cold laugh, Su Yu said, We'll talk about it when the time comes. His divine will surged in and completely surrounded his glabella. Inanimate object. Could it be that there is a living object in this world that can seal the Dao Tai? Su Yu vaguely caught some overtones from the words of the Dao Tai's eyes. As for giving it a chance to grow, unless the Tao Tie's eye was stronger than the nine-headed god, it would still be able to be sealed. The only regret was that it was impossible for Su Yu to wear the snow-white paper every day. It seems like I need to deal with the letter, Su Yu thought to himself. Now that the Dakini had escaped, the great relic that she had painstakingly excavated fell into Su Yu's hands. Su Yu sighed silently as he looked at the countless creatures frozen in the distant time and space. A ball of flame appeared in his palm, and with a gentle wave of his hand, it fluttered in all directions. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The past is all yin-yang. Rest in peace. A sky full of flames burned, turning the countless frozen creatures and the frozen spirit herbs into nothingness. Pieces of memories from before their deaths intersected in the air, densely packed together. It was like a flourishing scene. The shocking spiritual energy that was released also dissipated into the world, as if it had disappeared from the world along with those memories. When everything was burned away, the ancient relic was a vast expanse of whiteness, revealing the world barrier within the relic. Su Yu smiled faintly as he took to the skies. However, just as he left, he suddenly felt that something was still emitting spiritual energy, and he could not help but turn around to take a look. In the end, a crystal-like object appeared in front of his eyes. Hey! There is actually a frozen object that is not destroyed by the power of time and space. Su Yu was extremely surprised. He flew back to take a look and saw that it was an object that should have been buried in the deepest part of the ancient relic. It was an ice crystal that looked like a gem, about the size of a quail's egg, and it emitted a strange chill. As he approached it, Suyu felt extremely cold and could not help but shiver. What a frightening chill, Suyu said to himself. He tried to wrap it with his divine power, and a scene that surprised Suyu even more appeared. The ice crystal seemed to be defending itself, emitting an even more frightening chill, and a circle of the great path rules fragments appeared around it. Suyu was taken aback. It's so cold that it attracted the great path rules chains? This. Many of the frozen creatures were invincible strong men when they were alive. However, after they were unfrozen, they were annihilated by the two forces of time and space and turned into powder. Not to mention that this ice crystal was safe and sound, the chill it released had reached the level of attracting the great path rules shadows. How terrifying was the weight of the chill? Stepping back a little, Suyu looked around and suddenly understood something. He murmured, could it be that the reason this ancient relic has fallen into such an absolute freeze is because of this ice crystal? If that was the case, this ice crystal was too frightening, and even time could be frozen by it. Suyu's eyes were filled with a hint of fierceness. If he could control the ice crystal, would he be able to increase his combat power? Thinking about it, he could throw it into a group of enemies and freeze them in an instant. By then, wouldn't they have to obey Suyu's orders? As he spoke, Suyu took out a Buddha bead and sucked the ice crystal into it. As a result, the Buddha bead was immediately frozen into a snow-white piece of ice. Suyu felt a stinging pain in his wrist. Hiss. Suyu gasped slightly. It's so cold even after isolating a cavern world. Fortunately, I didn't touch it directly just now. After collecting the ice crystal, Suyu left the ancient relic and returned to the outside world. Bai Wanqing was already waiting outside. Seeing that Suyu had returned with a snow-white letter, a surprised look appeared on his face. Suyu said, I will be in isolation for a few days. Inform me about the important matters of the God Realm Empire. You can handle the rest. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Bai Wanqing reached out to stop him, but Suyu had disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but say, really, I wanted to ask if you have found that old friend. Back in the secret room, Suyu entered the replica of the World Annihilation Plate and found Wang Yunxian. At this moment, Wang Yunxian was wholeheartedly immersed in the forging of the heavenly Brahma puppet and had entered a state of forgetfulness. Suyu stood behind him for a long time before he noticed him. He said, Hey, when did you come? I just arrived, Suyu said with a faint smile. Wang Yunxian looked at Suyu in surprise. Is your face swollen? Why are you wearing a piece of white paper? Let me have a look. As he said that, he reached out to grab it. Suyu dodged it cleverly and said, Don't act rashly. It's dangerous. Ah! Could it be that I'm scared to death by your current glory? Wang Yunxian joked. Suyu shook his head. It's a dangerous thing sealed by this piece of paper. Now, please do me a favor. Hearing Suyu's seriousness, Wang Yunxian also became serious. What kind of danger can be sealed by a piece of paper? He carefully looked at the seemingly ordinary paper. Slowly, his expression became excited. He said in surprise, This paper seems unusual. This material has never appeared in the Great Eastern Alliance. Not only in the Great Eastern Alliance, but also in the entire God Realm. I want to ask you to refine this paper into a wearable artifact that can at least cover the center of my forehead, Suyu said. Provided that you can't remove the paper. In other words, it had to be refined on the spot. Wang Yunxian rubbed his chin and said, It's a little difficult. But if you have a strong divine power, it will be much easier. Because the refining process will produce some high temperature. Suyu said, Don't worry about whether it will hurt me or not. If you have a way, start refining it immediately. Wang Yunxian nodded. After looking at Suyu for a while, he said, I heard that you have now become the king of the God Realm Empire. Then, I will make a crown for you. The edge of the crown is just enough to cover the space between your eyebrows. Wang Yunxian prepared a jar of scorching earth fire lava, and asked Suyu to immerse himself in it. The Taoist paper wouldn't melt in the fire. The paper could only be folded and embedded into the crown. As for the part of the Taoist paper between Suyu's eyebrows, it couldn't be removed. Only a crystal hanging from the forehead of the crown could cover that part of the Taoist paper. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it was finally completed. A crystal crown stood majestically on top of Su Yu's head, giving off a sparkling and translucent luster. It made Su Yu's already handsome face look even more extraordinary. Even Wang Yunxian was stunned. He said, "It seems that my imitation of the ice crystal emperor crown is the most suitable for you." Su Yu was surprised. "The ice crystal emperor crown? What is that?" Wang Yunxian shook his head. "I'm not sure. I saw it in a small booklet. It is rumored that there are 4 divine artifacts that don't belong to this world. They are called the Supreme Emperor Set. The Ice Crystal Emperor Crown is one of them. There are also the Emperor Starry Robe, the Emperor Killing Sword, and the Divine Throne of Heaven and Earth." Su Yu didn't have much emotion about the first 3. However, when he heard the words Divine Throne of Heaven and Earth, Su Yu was shocked. Isn't this the 4th Emperor-based saint artifact that went missing? Is it one of the Supreme Emperor Set? Does this mean that the other 3 are also Emperor-based saint artifacts? Moreover, it is highly possible that they are the first 3 Emperor-based saint artifacts that have been lost. The Supreme Emperor Set. Su Yu remembered this name deeply. "Yunxian, are there any other items recorded in that booklet?" Su Yu asked. The booklet that Wang Yunxian had picked up recorded all extraordinary items. Wang Yunxian said, "Yes, but not many. Some of the words are too obscure for me to understand. You can study it yourself." As he spoke, he took out the booklet and gave it to Su Yu. Su Yu said, "This is very important to you, isn't it?" "Haha, don't be so pretentious. Isn't it just a lousy booklet? Do you think I'm afraid that you will steal my job by learning craftsmanship?" Wang Yunxian laughed. Su Yu cupped his fists at him. "Thank you very much." After a pause, he said, "The Dakini escaped, but I can guarantee that she won't be able to escape for long." Wang Yunxuan's face darkened a little. He tried his best to pull himself together. "Don't force her. If heaven wants her dead, she can't escape her destiny. If heaven wants her alive, no one can kill her." Destiny? Su Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance. What he loved the most was to fight against fate. Chapter 1501. Goodbye. Su Yu returned to the outside world. Outside the secret room, Bai Wanqing, Yongye Wuheng, and the others had been waiting for a long time. "Brother Su, the gods of the God Realm Empire will meet you," Yongye Chushue shouted outside the secret room. Su Yu opened the stone door and showed himself. The first thing that people saw was Su Yu wearing a crown. Usually, Su Yu gave everyone a feeling that he was amiable and approachable. However, when he wore the crown, he gave off an indescribable feeling of majesty. Yongye Wuheng, who had wanted to laugh a few times, swallowed his words and thought to himself, "He is quite suitable for this emperor's attire." The God Realm Empire was unified for the first time, so Su Yu had to meet the gods. "Let's go." Su Yu turned into a light and landed in a new palace. The palace was magnificent, shrouded in fairy energy, shining with colorful auspicious clouds and flying cranes. It was like a celestial palace of a divine king that had left the realm, extremely mysterious. Inside and outside the palace, the creatures who came to meet him were like floating clouds, stretching to the end of the world. Both the gods and the heroes of the world stood straight in front of the palace. When a light flew over their heads, standing on the top of the palace, countless creatures knelt down. "Long live Emperor Yu!" they shouted in unison, shaking the whole empire. Countless weak creatures also kowtowed to welcome their new emperor. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and a crown on his head. Su Yu felt like he was standing at the peak of all living beings, and all of them were worshipping him. He felt like he was standing at the peak of all living beings. "You may rise," Su Yu said indifferently. Only then did the crowd rise and bow to him. Only the 200 gods in the front could see Su Yu's face. The creatures behind could only see the figure covered by clouds and mist. Those behind could not even see the palace. Even so, no one dared to slack off. Putting aside Emperor Yu's terrifying battle prowess and his 4 followers who possessed extraordinary strength, just the terrifying snow-white god artifact alone possessed the power to destroy the world. It was enough to deter them to the point where they had no other thoughts of disloyalty. He was a well-deserved king. Emperor Yu, we wrongly accused Emperor Yu of being a traitor of the demon dimension. We wronged the insidious Dakini. Please punish us, Emperor Yu. The first to ask was the Thunder Emperor, the representative of the Western Alliance. They were supposed to be on Su Yu's side, but they couldn't withstand the Dakinis sowing discord between them. Su Yu calmly glanced at him and the other deities present. No matter what you have said about me in the past or what you have done, I will let bygones be bygones, but this will not happen again. If anyone dares to question this emperor again and tries to divide the God Realm Empire, I will kill them without mercy. Hearing this, many deities heaved a sigh of relief. Many deities who had been instigated to kill Su Yu felt relieved. Feather Emperor is wise. All of the deities shouted in unison. Su Yu nodded and waved his hand. Bring the remaining evil members of the Dakini. Shua, under the escort of Yongye Wuheng, countless former members of the Imperial Guard, as well as the gods that were being nurtured in the ancient ruins, were brought forward one after another. There were tens of thousands of them, and no less than 30 of them were gods. All-access merchant god, Sheng deity, sword deity, listen to my orders. The 3 gods appeared one after another and knelt on one knee. Set up the interrogation division to investigate them. Those who indiscriminately killed the innocent in the past, kill them. Those who commit crimes will have their cultivation crippled. Those with light crimes would be restricted and enslave. The rest of the people would be incorporated into the fleet as soldiers. Such a swift and decisive method really made the deities sigh. Compared with the hypocritical kindness of the Dakini, such a ruthless method refreshed their worldview. Such a style was suitable for today's chaotic world. Yes. The 3 deities said solemnly. Su Yu said again, summon the first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess of the demon realm. The 3 imprisoned members of the royal family of the demon realm came to the deities under the watchful eyes of everyone. Some of the deities couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. They were the demons. The first prince and the other 2 had just been released. Before they could figure out what had happened in the God Realm Empire, they were led by Yongye Chushue to see the emperor. When they learned that the new emperor had released them, they were extremely perturbed and puzzled. Looking at a silver-haired young man with a towering crown on his head, who was exuding infinite divine power and majesty, the 3 of them couldn't help but feel nervous. Subconsciously, they bowed down and said, Your Majesty, you may rise. You have been wronged in the past 7 years. What? The first prince, the second princess, and the 6th princess were all stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Looking up and taking a closer look, the faces of the 3 of them changed dramatically, looking a little funny. Su Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, Yongye Chushue scolded him softly, How dare you? Who allowed you to call Emperor Yu's name directly? The first prince and the second princess immediately came to their senses. Only the 6th princess was still staring at Su Yu in disbelief. When Su Yu fell into the heavenly lake, he was only a stage 4 mortal fairy. He ascended to the throne of the Great Western Alliance by using various means. But 7 years later, his strength was outstanding, and his terrible divine power was comparable to that of the demon emperor of the generation. The deities prostrated themselves, all from the bottom of their hearts. The change was so great that it was as if the world had been turned upside down. Suddenly, she had an illusion that Su Yu was flying higher and higher, while she had lost her wings. She could only stand on the ground and look up, watching Su Yu gradually disappear from her sight. Su Yu said, It was me who invited you to join the God Realm Empire. You have suffered for many years. Now, you are free. Here are some resources suitable for the use of the demon race. Consider it my personal compensation. Su Yu threw over a space ring, which contained many special spiritual items of the Lost Nation, which were also suitable for the use of the demon race. The first prince glanced at it and was shocked. At this time, he heard Su Yu say, Now you are free. If you are willing to leave, I will not stop you. If you are willing to stay, I welcome you on behalf of the God Realm Empire. The first prince was stunned. He glanced at the deities who were in awe of Su Yu and thought about the vast starry sky. He had nowhere else to go. He said, "Our original intention was to join the God Realm Empire, but there were many twists and turns. The three of us are willing to serve the Empire." "Good. I welcome you on behalf of the God Realm Empire," Suyu said, and at the same time, he said to the deities, "The three of them are the heroes who helped me escape from the demon realm. They have the same reason as us to fight against the demon realm. This concerns their life and death, so the deities can rest assured." In this regard, the deities were certainly relieved. With Suyu's promise, what else did they have to worry about? "Finally, I will reorganize 10 fleets and recruit strong men from all sides. I hope you will mobilize the strong men from the cavern world, because the war with the demon realm will soon begin." Hearing this, their hearts palpitated. What was to come would eventually come. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. After dealing with a series of major events, Suyu chose to retreat again. Before the retreat, he met with Yongye Chushue and the others, as well as the all-access merchant god and the others. "I will retreat for 2 months. If there are any emergencies here, I will leave it to you." Yongye Chushue, Yongye Wuheng, Luo Shueri, and Bai Wanqing nodded gently. Except for Bai Wanqing, the rest of them were in high positions and had governed a country 10 times larger than the God Realm Empire. Handing it over to them was tantamount to testing their skills. "You go. I have something to say to the all-access merchant god and the Sheng deity." The 4 of them left one after another. Bai Wanqing wanted to say something but stopped, so she left silently. When only the 2 of them were left, Suyu said, "How is it? Have you found Sheng Yuanshan and Yang Tai?" Now that the world was united and all had surrendered to Suyu, if they were hiding, they should have shown up at this moment. However, the eyes of the all-access merchant god and the Sheng deity dimmed at the same time. "Are they dead?" Suyu frowned. If they had died after becoming gods, he would have been at his wits' end. Resurrection was ineffective against gods. Shaking her head, the Sheng deity said, "Thank you, Emperor Yu, for your love, but Yuanshan did not have the fortune to enjoy it." After saying a few words, the Sheng deity's eyes became moist and she choked with sobs. The all-access merchant god's tone was low, and he took over the conversation. "We searched the souls of the Dakini who chased them. The 2 children escaped into the ancient ruins, but they disappeared in a door." "Door?" Suyu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "Could it be the door of time?" "That door exists in ancient memories. It is extremely mysterious, and we do not know where it leads to. Those children are likely to be in danger." Suyu's eyes flashed slightly. That might not be the case. Zhon Wushuang and the others dared to enter this door, so they must know the mystery of this door. The danger was not necessarily great. "You can rest assured that they may not die. It will just take some effort to find them," Suyu said. "I will find them." With this promise, their expressions eased a lot, and they thanked him and left. After a long time, Suyu said, "Wanqing, do you have something to say?" In the void, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Bai Wanqing, who had left. She had never left, but had casually created an illusion of leaving. In fact, she had been standing in the same place and had never left. Bai Wanqing smiled sweetly. "No matter how exquisite the magical powers of the epoch-making dragon are, they can't hide from your eyes." Suyu said, "It was the Starry Sky Divine Book on you that exposed you." Bai Wanqing took out the Starry Sky Divine Book in surprise and could not help but smile helplessly. She said, "I see. Just right. That's what I wanted to talk about." "Oh." Suyu's eyes flashed, and he looked expectant. "Have you finally sensed the exact direction of the thread of fate?" Speaking of which, the ancient ruins had been swept away by Suyu, and the power of time and space that filled it had dissipated. There should be no more power that could stop her from exploring. "Strange, didn't you find any traces of old friends in the ancient ruins?" "I found it when I was at the entrance of the ruins. The thread of fate leads straight into the ruins." Bai Wanqing was surprised. "What?" Suyu's expression froze. "Are you sure it's in the ruins?" "I'm sure." Suyu's expression changed again and again. The ruins. Everything in the ruins was gone. Where was Xia Jingyu's trace? Seeing that Suyu's expression was not right, Bai Wanqing said guiltily, "Wait a moment, I'll take another look." When she finished speaking, her eyes emitted a purple glow. Her gaze moved along the thread of fate, and finally fixed on Su Yu. To be precise, it was fixed on the 9 jade spiritual pearl. "Hey! Then the thread of fate is in there. Here." Su Yu was a little surprised. He glanced around, but Xia Jingyu was nowhere to be seen. Wait a minute. Su Yu suddenly discovered something. He had only brought out 2 things from the ancient ruins. One was the ice stone, and the other was the fragment of the Gate of Time. The fragment of the Gate of Time was in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu took them out, and Bai Wanqing's gaze immediately fixed on the stone. She said, "This is it." Why did the thread of fate pass through these stones? What? Su Yu was shocked, and his gaze was fixed on these stones. Xia Jingyu was also on the other side of the Gate of Time. A trace of regret arose in his heart. If he had known, his priority would have been to seize the Gate of Time. Now it was too late to say anything. "Can you confirm again if the thread of fate between me and her has any other continuation?" Su Yu said, unwilling to give up. Bai Wanqing sighed and peered silently. After a while, she shook her head gently. "Unfortunately, the thread of fate between you and your old friend only leads to the Gate of Time. It doesn't exist anywhere in the Xing River." Su Yu was deep in thought. Could the other side of the Gate of Time be an independent world different from the Xing River? If so, where would it be? Chapter 1502. The Gate of Time. Su Yu touched the stone that was full of vicissitudes of time. In the huge ruins, only 2 items resisted the annihilation of the power of time and space and survived to this day. One was the ice stone that caused the ancient ruins to fall into the frozen time and space. The other was this ancient Gate of Time. "I'm leaving. Don't worry, the line of fate between you still exists." Bai Wanqing comforted him and silently left, giving Su Yu some quiet space. Su Yu was lost in thought and did not notice her departure. After a long time, Su Yu took out all the stones and reassembled them into the Gate of Time. Although the gate was formed, it was full of cracks and had lost its function. After carefully examining it for a long time, Su Yu stared at the dim and almost obliterated words of the heavenly book and murmured, "Could it be that by reshaping these heavenly book words, I can recreate the Gate of Time?" Thinking of this, Su Yu tried to refresh the blurry heavenly book words with divine blood. As a result, as soon as the divine blood touched the heavenly book words, it was pushed away by an inexplicable force, and the divine blood that stained it was directly repelled. Repelling divine blood. Su Yu murmured for a long time and took out a drop of the divine blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior. When smeared on the blurry heavenly book words, there was still a force repelling it, but the repelling force was far weaker than that of ordinary divine blood. A heavenly book word was refreshed, as if it was brand new. However, before Su Yu could rejoice, the divine blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior was also repelled. Even the divine blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior doesn't work. Su Yu felt a sense of urgency and took out a drop of nearly transparent divine blood. This was the divine blood of the first emperor, the World Annihilation Emperor. The only hope to recreate the Gate of Time and find Xia Jingyu. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu carefully smeared a drop of the World Annihilation Emperor's divine blood on it. Unexpectedly, there was no rejection. Instead, there was a sense of intimacy. A heavenly book word was actively absorbed, and the handwriting was repeated perfectly and clearly. The cracks near this heavenly book word also disappeared automatically. Seeing this, Su Yu was overjoyed. It really works. He thought of writing with divine blood. It was all because of the heavenly book inscriptions that suppressed the sinful girl in the mysterious crystal mountains. The 9 emperors used their flesh and blood to condense the stone tablet and wrote the heavenly book inscriptions with divine blood to suppress the sinful girl and the world annihilation dragon. Then, Su Yu could also write the heavenly book words with the blood of the emperor. Su Yu couldn't wait to continue writing. However, the strange thing was that Su Yu couldn't refresh the second character of the heavenly book no matter what. It wasn't that the divine blood couldn't stain it, but that Su Yu's fingers couldn't touch the words of the heavenly book. They were controlled by a mysterious force, and his fingers couldn't reach the target. After carefully analyzing the 2 words of the heavenly book that had succeeded and failed, Suyu found that the former was the words of the heavenly book that he recognized, while the latter was unfamiliar to him. He tried to refresh the few heavenly book words that he could recognize. As expected, there were no obstacles. As for those he didn't recognize, Suyu couldn't even touch them. A trace of discouragement appeared in his heart. I was indeed too simple-minded. Unless I can recognize all the words of the heavenly book, it's impossible to reconstruct the stone tablet. Xie Jingyu, where are you? Suyu laughed bitterly. After being discouraged for a moment, Suyu regained his spirit. He had never been a person who would easily give in, so how could he be discouraged at the last moment? Reconstructing the gate of time was the last obstacle in finding Xie Jingyu. The more critical the moment, the more he had to keep his cool. Phew. I really have to go into seclusion. Suyu took out the Book of First Heavens. Comprehending the heavenly book was one of the goals of his seclusion. However, Suyu wouldn't forget that he had a more important goal for this seclusion: to rescue Luo Shui. Luo Shui was captured because of him, and he was duty-bound to rescue her. However, facing Wu Shuang, Jiyu Taishu, and Dekini alone, Suyu was more likely to lose. The previous battle in the ruins was enough to prove everything. Jiyu Taishu was too difficult to deal with, and his strength was almost on par with Suyu. If he couldn't improve his combat strength, this trip would be in vain. With a thought, Suyu took out the Milky Way star sand in his palm. Endless starlight shone, illuminating the secret room like a dazzling starry sky. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. All of a sudden, the starlight condensed into the shape of a crane. It said, "Greetings, Master. How can I help you?" Suyu's eyes shone, and he said, "All these years, have you captured the consciousness hidden in the Milky Way star sand again?" Years ago, after fulfilling Tian Jiz's last wish, the artifact spirit crane deity said that at that moment, it had captured a consciousness existing in the Milky Way star sand. This had always been a thorn in Suyu's heart, and he couldn't get over it for a long time. The crane deity said, regrettably, since then, that consciousness seemed to be hiding on purpose, and never showed up again. I've been searching all the time, but I couldn't detect its existence at all. Is that so? Suyu's face turned gloomy. That consciousness, what was it? Why did it exist in the Milky Way star sand? Could it be related to Tian Jizi in some other way? Or, did Tian Jizi hide something from Suyu? With doubts, Suyu said, continue to monitor it, and once you find it, pull out that consciousness immediately. Yes. Suyu said again, now, I need you to purify something. What is it? The blood of the ancient god Jolong. Suyu pointed at the crown on his head, which contained a letter written by the ancient god Jolong with his own divine blood. The artifact spirit crane deity immediately turned into a galaxy, and enveloped the crown. By isolating the crown, it could also purify the divine blood on the letter. Now that the Milky Way star sand was under Suyu's control, the purification ability was 10 times better than before. Moreover, the ancient god Jolong had been missing for many years, and even though the divine blood resisted, it was not as strong as before. An hour later, a drop of divine blood was purified. Strangely, the blood of the ancient god Jolong was neither golden nor milky white, and neither was it transparent, but it was colorful. Spread out on his palm, it did not look like divine blood, but more like spiritual liquid, filled with extremely overbearing energy. Even Suyu had an impulse to swallow it. Licking his lips eagerly, Suyu's eyes were slightly burning. He could feel that if he swallowed this divine blood, he would gain endless benefits. However, he had extraordinary willpower. Suyu could not withstand the blood of an emperor, let alone the blood of the ancient god Jolong. Suppressing the impulse, Suyu sealed it in the jade bottle, and waited for the Milky Way star sand to extract all the divine blood on the letter. 3 days and 3 nights later, the artifact spirit crane deity's feathers were dim, and it looked haggard. The starlight flickered and disappeared. Go and rest. Freed, the artifact spirit crane deity returned to Suyu's palm to rest. Suyu looked at the thumb-sized jade bottle filled with the divine blood of the ancient god Jolong, and his eyes were filled with delight. I wonder what the divine blood of the ancient god Jolong will evolve into after I give it to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Su Yu had long wanted to try, but he dared not reveal the divine nine-dragon cauldron under the nose of the epoch-making dragon. Opening the jade bottle, Su Yu dropped the divine blood on his forehead, one drop at a time. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had been very quiet, suddenly vibrated, setting off a huge soul storm in Su Yu's mind. The divine cauldron shook violently, trembling like never before. The dragon of death and the black dragon, which were 30% crystallized, were all crystallized after receiving the first drop of the ancient god Jolong's blood. Su Yu was overjoyed. A drop of divine blood directly crystallized 2/3 of the dragon? But this was just the beginning. On the giant cauldron, the purple dragon of time, the red dragon of space, the white dragon of soul, the emerald dragon of life, and the black dragon of death, which had just crystallized, all flew out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. They circled around the divine nine-dragon cauldron, constantly sucking the ancient god Jolong's blood into the divine cauldron. They flew hurriedly, but could not keep up with the speed of the divine blood. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook even more violently. Right at that moment, it moved on its own, flew out of Su Yu's mind, and appeared in front of Su Yu. The giant cauldron turned upside down, and swallowed the whole jade bottle impatiently. Su Yu was shocked, and hurriedly threw the jade bottle away. He dodged to the side, and watched the divine nine-dragon cauldron swallow the jade bottle crazily. Buzz! With a dull sound, the divine nine-dragon cauldron seemed to be greatly satisfied. Its 3 feet landed on the ground, making a dull, sonorous sound. The 5 flying dragons also flew back to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but different from before, they were a size bigger. The scent they emitted was also completely different from before. Just as Su Yu was surprised, the divine nine-dragon cauldron suddenly shone with colorful light. 100 drops of the ancient god Jolong's blood had been diluted into a whole cauldron. Su Yu tried to take out a drop, and the diluted divine blood automatically integrated into Su Yu's body. As a result, Su Yu's heart thumped wildly. It was a heart that had been replaced by the fragment of the Great Path Rules, and now it was beating violently. Visible to the naked eye, the fragment of the Great Path Rules was expanding tremendously. It was originally only the size of a heart, but now it had expanded to cover Su Yu's entire chest. The fragment of the Great Path Rules can still grow? Su Yu was dumbfounded. The strangest thing was that the barrier between him and the fragment of the Great Path Rules had disappeared under the effect of the diluted divine blood. It was replaced by intimacy, as if it were the Great Path Rules growing in Su Yu's body. Is the blood of the ancient god Nine Dragon so magical? Su Yu was amazed. He tried to swallow another drop, and the fragment of the chain unexpectedly expanded again. This time, it covered his entire torso. He looked inside and saw that his entire torso had been replaced by a complete chain, which was 10 times the size of the previous fragment. My torso has become the Great Path Rules chain? Su Yu couldn't describe his feelings in words. However, his hand seemed to be out of control, and he wanted to take another drop of divine blood. At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron dodged by itself, and its whole body trembled. This was a warning. Su Yu was suddenly awakened, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand. He said in horror, "What happened to me just now?" He clearly didn't want to take another drop, but his body was a little out of control. He looked at his body carefully. If he took another drop of divine blood, his limbs would also be replaced by the Great Path Rules chain. At that time, would Su Yu be a human, or a link in the Great Path Rules chain? As he thought of this, Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Sensing that Su Yu had regained consciousness, the ancient god Nine Dragon shrank to the size of a palm and flew back into Su Yu's palm. Hey! Su Yu was surprised. In the past, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had only occupied Su Yu's mind, and no matter what Su Yu did, it wouldn't move an inch. Why didn't it return to his mind now? Is it the blood of the ancient god Nine Dragon that satisfies it completely, or does it make it strong enough? It doesn't need to hide in my mind. Su Yu was surprised. Chapter 1503. Just 2 drops of diluted ancient god Nine Dragon's blood were enough to cause the divine Nine Dragon's cauldron to undergo earth-shattering changes. Could it be that he had purposely left a letter in divine blood for Su Yu? After muttering to himself for a long time, Su Yu contemplated his gains. The first was the complete crystallization of the Dragon of Death. The second was the evolution of the 5 powers of the divine 9-dragon cauldron that he had obtained long ago. The third was the body of rules. Su Yu believed that unless it was an attack at the level of the Great Path rules, it would be difficult to injure him in the slightest. His only weak point was his head. Fourth, the divine 9-dragon cauldron could finally be used by Su Yu. With such a great harvest, Su Yu's confidence in rescuing Luo Shuai in 2 months' time was boosted. However, this was not enough. Su Yu took out the green stone slab again. The last level, the soul-devouring realm, he had been stuck at the early stage for a long time. After many years of accumulation, he had long since shown signs of breaking through to the middle stage. All he lacked was a period of meditation. With the Book of First Heavens in his left hand and the Heaven's Sun gazing at air in his right, Su Yu immediately immersed himself in them and began a long period of comprehension. At the same time, somewhere in the Milky Way, space-time fluctuated. Like broken glass, the Milky Way cracked layer by layer, forming a dense spider web. Suddenly, space and time fluctuated, and 4 figures fell out one after another. They were Zhong Wushuang, the Dakini, Jiyu Taishu, and the captured Luo Shuai. Jiyu Taishu was especially disheveled. Lingering fear lingered in the depths of his eyes. He said, "I haven't seen him for 10 years. How did he become so powerful? I finally managed to cultivate the 9-spirit physique, but I'm actually still inferior to him." Zhong Wushuang said indifferently, "It's normal that you're not as good as him. He has the defying intent and was born with the ability to break the shackles. He has been blessed with luck all his life, and his creation is great. It's not something that a 9-spirit constitution can compare to." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Taishu hammered his thigh fiercely. "I'm not convinced. Why am I inferior to him? If I can successfully cultivate the body of 9 gods, he won't even be a threat to me." Upon hearing this, Zhong Wushuang glanced at him indifferently. "I suggest that you don't think about this divine body anymore. The process of cultivating it harms the harmony of the heavens. It's hard for you to have a good ending." The body of 9 gods was a fragment of a frozen ancient almighty being's memory in the ancient ruins. This divine body was extremely terrifying. In that fragment of memory, it displayed a power comparable to an overlord of the galaxy. From then on, Jiyu Taishu could not forget this divine body. However, this divine physique was either innate or acquired. His body of 9 spirits was one of the special constitutions that could evolve into this divine body. However, the process of evolution was too bloody. It required one to constantly devour the cultivation of others, and those who were devoured would often die in agony and torment. Jiyu Taishu's eyes flickered with hostility, and he was extremely unwilling to give up. If Zhong Wushuang had not been suppressing him all this while, he would have long used the creatures of the Celestial Realm Empire to cultivate. However, he was no match for Zhong Wushuang, so he could only swallow his anger. "Shouldn't we find a place to hide first?" Mother Void Walker said unhappily. Her face was pale, and she had lost quite a bit of her divine essence. Her cultivation base was rapidly declining. Jiyu Taishu glared at Luo Shuai, a ferocious glint in his eyes. "Before you hide, shouldn't you kill Su Yu's woman first? Otherwise, if Su Yu were to sense something on her body, wouldn't he be in endless trouble?" Seeing this, the Dakini's murderous look appeared on her face, and she said gloomily, "Su Yu killed my whole family, so I killed one of his women. That's too easy for him." As she spoke, she formed a claw with her fingers and tore at his abdomen. Clang, however, with a soft sound, Zhong Wushuang's golden armor shook, and his wrist blocked the claw. Mother Voidwalker said, "Why are you blocking me?" Zhong Wushuang said placidly, "Didn't you notice that one person is missing?" "You mean Han Xian?" "She didn't manage to escape." Mother Voidwalker was slightly disappointed. The pity in Jiyu Taishu's eyes intensified, and there was a vague sense of great disappointment in his eyes. Zhong Wushuang said, "She was captured by Su Yu. That's a pity. Although I want to save this little girl, things are different now. If I rush to the Celestial Realm Empire now, I'll be dead, Mother Voidwalker said. Zhong Wushuang said, "There's no need to rescue her. I've reached an agreement with Su Yu to exchange hostages." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Taishu raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "You mean, you want to return Su Yu's woman to him?" Zhong Wushuang stared at him. "Why? Do you want my junior sister to die at his hands?" Wisps of murderous intent surrounded his body, which made Jiyu Taishu feel guilty. "No, I just feel that exchanging hostages like this is too easy for Su Yu. Why don't we give his woman a taste of suffering first? Otherwise, how can we vent our hatred?" Zhong Wushuang's murderous intent intensified, and he said firmly, "Don't touch a single hair on her. This is also the agreement between me and Su Yu." Jiyu Taishu was secretly annoyed, and he said, "If you don't hurt her, Su Yu might hurt Hanxian. At the very least, we should put a seal on her, and after exchanging hostages, we can activate the seal immediately. We can't let him get away with it." Zhong Wushuang's eyes were full of disdain, and he said bluntly, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. Su Yu has always been a man of his word. Since he has promised, he will never hurt Hanxian. Moreover," the disdain in Zhong Wushuang's eyes intensified. "He is not a narrow-minded person who wants to get revenge by hurting a woman." Jiyu Taishu's heart was burning with anger, and he sneered. "Don't you think too highly of him? Don't forget, you are enemies now." Zhong Wushuang laughed. "He is indeed an enemy, but I have to admit that he is a perfect enemy in all aspects, be it in terms of strength or character. Only such a person is qualified to compete with me, Zhong Wushuang, for the top of the world." Jiyu Taishu sneered, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile was full of jealousy. "Anyway, don't touch a single hair on this lady. Otherwise, if my junior sister gets hurt, don't blame me for not caring about our past friendship." Zhong Wushuang said coldly. Dakini remained silent, and Jiyu Taishu dared not act rashly. "If you have no objections, let's go to the world of divine remains immediately. The exchange location is there, and we will go there in advance to prepare for any ambushes," Zhong Wushuang said. As he spoke, he pointed at the air and untied Luo Shui. He said calmly, "Miss Luo, you heard what we said just now. Come with us." Luo Shui blinked her bright eyes, wondering if she should seize the opportunity to escape. In the end, Zhong Wushuang seemed to have seen through her thoughts and smiled lightly. "As long as Miss Luo doesn't sneak up on us, you can do anything you want, including escape." Upon hearing that, Luo Shui knew that she would most likely not be able to escape. In front of this peerless heaven ruler who could rival Su Yu, especially when he was on guard, the chances of escape were slim. A few days later, the group arrived at the world of divine remains. Since the last time they took away the all-access merchant god, the place had been dead silent and devoid of living creatures. Zhong Wushuang looked around and said, "The one who destroyed the world of divine remains was Su Yu. To think that he could do such an earth-shattering thing when he was merely a mortal fairy, he deserves praise." Luo Shui's ears twitched. "You know a lot about Brother Su?" Zhong Wushuang looked at her and said, "It's hard to know." "Why, do you want to hear it?" Luo Shui blushed and snorted. "I don't want to hear it from a bad guy like you." "Then I won't say it." "Hey, why are you so annoying?" Luo Shui stamped her feet angrily. Zhong Wushuang couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Luo Shui, lost in thought. After a long while, he sighed. "Once upon a time, my junior sister was like this." "Oh." Luo Shui's eyes turned, as if she had noticed something. Zhong Wushuang hid his surprise and said, "There are many stories about him. I'll tell you about them slowly." 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, Luo Shui patiently listened to Zhong Wushuang's stories about Su Yu. Sometimes she was surprised, sometimes she was amused, and sometimes she was in awe. It was only when she learned that Su Yu had a legitimate wife that she was disappointed for a long time. However, she had been mentally prepared for this. How could a dragon among men like Su Yu not have a wife? "I'd like to see what kind of fairy his wife is, to be able to gain Brother Su's favor," Luo Shui said with a smile. There was indignation in her eyes. Zhong Wushuang smiled lightly. "She is a woman with great talent and physique. She is not inferior to you. However, These are not the reasons why Su Yu favors her. The reason is that she is devoted to him. I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who loves Su Yu more than she does. Luo Shuai bit her red lips and said indignantly, "Are you so sure? Because she used to be my junior sister." "I, Zhong Wushuang, have never judged a person wrongly," Zhong Wushuang said. Luo Shuai fell silent and clenched her fists. Zhong Wushuang looked at her. For some reason, he felt sympathetic toward her. There is nothing more painful in life than falling flowers yearn for love, but heartless water flows. Everything needs to be endured, and one needs to free oneself. Free oneself? Luo Shuai laughed self-deprecatingly. Ever since she married Su Yu in the dream of the world of mortals and bore him a child, she could no longer free herself from the net of mortals. With a low sigh, Zhong Wushuang stood up and looked at the other two people in the depths of the ruins. He said indifferently, 2 months have passed. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Why should you stay and take the risk? The Dakini said, Han Xian is my son's disciple after all. How could I bear to see her fall into the hands of the enemy? I'll stay. If anything happens, I can lend you a hand. Zhong Wushuang said indifferently, there is no need for help. Su Yu will not break his promise. It is only an exchange of hostages. He will not attack again. Jiyu Taishu said warmly, we are just taking precautions. If Su Yu does not break his promise, who knows if his subordinates will play tricks in order to gain merit? After some thought, Zhong Wushuang felt that it made sense. He trusted Su Yu, but he might not trust the others. Thank you very much, Zhong Wushuang said. I will patrol the surroundings again to confirm if our retreat route is safe. You wait here and remember to protect Miss Luo. After saying that, Zhong Wushuang left alone. An hour later, Zhong Wushuang had gone far away, and his aura had disappeared without a trace. The Dakini, who was sitting cross-legged and healing herself, opened her eyes slowly. Her gaze met Jiyu Taishu's unexpectedly, and both of them revealed gloomy, cold smiles. Jiyu Taishu sneered and said, Zhong Wushuang's combat power is indeed unparalleled, but it is a pity that he is simple-minded. If he was half as smart as Su Yu, I would not have thought of this. The Dakini stood up slowly and stared at Luo Shuai. She said indifferently, he is finally gone. We can carry out our plan with peace of mind. Luo Shuai, who was recuperating, immediately sensed that something was wrong. She soared into the air and shouted, what do you want to do? If you dare to harm a single hair of mine, Zhong Wushuang will never let you off. Chapter 1504. Humph. Don't use him to pressure us. Jiyu Taishu snorted coldly. We've endured for 2 months just for this day. Luo Shuai was extremely intelligent, and he immediately understood their intentions. He said in surprise, You want to trigger a fight between Su Yu and Zhong Wushuang? If anything were to happen to her, Su Yu would definitely hurt Han Xian in his rage. If Han Xian was hurt, Zhong Wushuang would definitely fight Su Yu to the end. Jiyu Taishu snorted coldly. Zhong Wushuang is such a traitor. We were harmed so badly by Su Yu, yet he still spoke up for him. It is best for such a person to die in Su Yu's hand. The Dakini's eyes emitted an ice-cold gaze, which seemed like 2 sharp blades. She then said, I spent so much effort to train him, yet in the end, he doesn't listen to me anymore. Such an ungrateful person is useless to me, so it's better to let him and Su Yu injure each other. It turned out that the Dakini and Jiyu Taishu had secretly reached an agreement during these 2 months. They were preparing to defect to the demons. They were now the common enemy of all living beings in the universe. Only the demon world could protect them. However, before they set off for the demon dimension, they really couldn't swallow their anger. They didn't want Su Yu to succeed in rescuing the hostages. Hence, they had planned for Su Yu and Zhong Wushuang to fight each other. However, Zhong Wushuang was still guarding Luo Shuai, so they couldn't do anything. Now that he was patrolling, it gave them the best opportunity. Attack! Mother Voidwalker said, transforming into a series of after-images. Luo Shuai was furious and said, Fine, let's see what you can do to me. Silent Soul Exterminating Curse. Luo Shuai immediately used a powerful technique. Terrifying wizard power ripples swept out and annihilated all living souls. How could Mother Dakini, whose cultivation had dropped by an entire realm, dare to take it head-on? With a muffled groan, he was forced to retreat several thousand feet. However, Jiyu Taishu took advantage of the opportunity to sneak around to the back without anyone noticing. After Luo Shui launched the wizard curse, he immediately attacked. Body of 9 spirits. The surface of Jiyu Taishu's body was covered with layers of divine shadows, and he attacked Luo Shui forcefully. When it was destroyed by the witchcraft spell, the shadow of the deity in front of it flew out automatically and acted as a shield. After 5 consecutive sounds of annihilation, 6 of the illusory figures of the gods were destroyed, but there were still 4 that surrounded him. At this moment, Jiyu Taishu was already within reach. The people of the witch tribe were good at sorcery, but they were not good at close combat. Luo Shui made a prompt decision. Soul shadow shifting spell. His silhouette drifted and disappeared without a trace in an instant, causing Jiyu Taishu to pounce on empty air. Before he could regain his composure, a bone-chilling incantation rang out not far behind him again, soundless soul-destroying curse. Boom boom, the tyrannical annihilation ripple swept over like a raging storm. The shadow of a deity on the surface of Jiyu Taishu's body was rapidly being destroyed. Jiyu Taishu was startled and hurriedly fled. However, the 4th layer of the deity's phantom was destroyed too quickly, and it was still swept by the aftermath of the wizard power's ripples. Its divine soul was damaged on the spot, and it let out a blood-curdling screech as it stumbled forward. "What are you waiting for, Mother Dakini?" he shouted angrily. "Take that thing out." Mother Dakini had already moved to Luo Shui's side. She frowned and threw out a golden cage. The cage expanded from small to large, covering a radius of several million zhong. At the same time, a tyrannical suppression force came crashing down. Luo Shui saw that the situation was not good, so he withdrew and retreated. However, under the suppression, his limbs were stiff, and his movements were slow. With a rumble, Luo Shui was trapped in the golden cage. The cage shrank rapidly, and finally shrank to the size of a human, firmly trapping Luo Shui's body. Only then did Mother Dakini and Jiyu Taishu rush over. They struck Luo Shui's abdomen with their palms, forcibly interrupting the sorcery she was performing. Jiyu Taishu wiped the sweat off his face, and his face was filled with anger. Su Yu's random woman is so difficult to deal with. I was almost killed by him. Fortunately, Mother Dakini was prepared, and she had this golden god trapping cage as her trump card. This item was prepared by Mother Dakini for Zhon Wushuang, in case Zhon Wushuang tried to harm her. Mother Dakini stared at Luo Shui, who was struggling, with hatred in her eyes. "Little b****, did you think this day would come when you destroyed my physical body?" Although Luo Shui was restrained, her eyes were full of contempt. "You can be complacent all you want. Brother Su will destroy your bodies and souls sooner or later. Although the Xing River is vast, there is no place for you to hide. Even the so-called demonic dimension can't stop him. Haha." Jiyu Taishu laughed coldly. "Tch, you're still speaking up for Su Yu even when you're about to die. I don't know if our bodies and souls will be destroyed, but you, Humph, I'll make you beg for death. The more I hurt you, the more pain Su Yu will feel. Only when he's in pain can I vent my hatred." Luo Shui said disdainfully, "Haha, Zhon Wushuang is right. If you want to get the thrill of revenge by hurting a woman, you won't have any future in this life." Her words undoubtedly stabbed Jiyu Taishu's heart. He bellowed angrily, "Shut up. Who is Zhon Wushuang? I'm just not as lucky as him. Who is Su Yu? He was like an ant under my feet in the past, and he was just lucky. Haha." Luo Shui sneered. "Others are strong because they're lucky. Who are you? Aren't you just relying on your natural constitution? I'm stronger than you, and it doesn't matter whether you agree with me or not. Tch, shut up." Jiyu Taishu seemed to feel deeply humiliated. With a furious bellow, he slammed his palm on her shoulder, shattering it on the spot with a cracking sound. Luo Shui gave a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. But her eyes were still filled with contempt as she stared at Jiyu Taishu. Jiyu Taishu was filled with hatred when he saw her contemptuous look. All of a sudden, Jiyu Taishu seemed to have thought of something. His anger faded, and he sized up Luo Shui's lithe body and exquisite face. He said with a faint smile, "The women who have taken a fancy to Su Yu are all stunning beauties. If Su Yu were to see your tormented corpse placed before his eyes, I wonder how he would feel." Luo Shui's pupils shrank, and panic flashed across her face. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of being raped and defiled. She was exposed before Su Yu. "How dare you?" Luo Shui said through gritted teeth. Jiyu Taishu laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's the expression I want." His face was ferocious as he approached step by step, his eyes filled with greed and lust. "Su Yu slept with my woman back then. Today, I'll let him have a taste of the humiliation of being trampled on by the woman he loves." Roar. Letting out a beast-like roar, Jiyu Taishu pounced forward. Luo Shui's eyes were resolute. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of dying in front of Su Yu. Even if she were to die, she wanted to die with a clean conscience. "Brother Su, you and I are just a dream in the mortal world. How good would it have been if you hadn't woken me up from the dream?" Luo Shui said as tears rolled down her cheeks. She closed her eyes slowly. A surge of sorcery energy slowly seeped out from her chest. That was one of the secret techniques passed down to her by the Moonwatch sect leader. Just like the soul-binding spell, it was a forbidden secret technique that could only be used as a last resort. The function of this secret technique was that one could commit suicide without the need to cast a spell. She wanted to prove her innocence with her death. She would never allow Jiyu Taishu to possess her. "Brother Su, goodbye," Luo Shui said slowly. The sorcery energy in her chest erupted in an instant, and it was about to burst through her heart. But right at that moment, a hand suddenly pressed against her back, and a warm, thick power suppressed the sorcery energy. Luo Shui was shocked. Turning around, she saw that it was neither Jiyu Taishu nor Dakini. It was Zhong Wushuang, who was supposed to be far away. "If Miss Luo dies, I will be in a difficult position." Zhong Wushuang's face was surprisingly calm. He was so calm that Luo Shui felt like she had seen him before. That was Su Yu's unique expression. It was the calmness before extreme killing intent rose in his heart. Jiyu Taishu, who was pouncing over, screamed and staggered backward as if he had seen a ghost. Because it was so sudden, he fell to the ground on his butt. Swallowing hard, he said in a trembling voice, Didn't you leave?" Dakini's expression changed drastically, and she retreated quietly. Zhong Wushuang suppressed the outburst of sorcery energy and withdrew his palm slowly. He stared at the two of them with calm eyes, as indifferent as the Brahma deity. "If I didn't leave, how could I be sure that you didn't have ulterior motives?" It turned out that he didn't trust the two of them at all. Therefore, he pretended to leave to make sure that the two of them weren't playing tricks. Otherwise, it would be too late for the two of them to play tricks when the hostage exchange took place. Fortunately, they had exposed themselves easily. Jiyu Taishu spat angrily and said, Brother Zhong, you misunderstood us. We were just joking with her." Before he could finish his words, Zhong Wushuang teleported over with his hands clasped behind his back. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped on Jiyu Taishu's abdomen. Jiyu Taishu was horrified. He shouted anxiously, "Brother Zhong, listen to my explanation." With a loud explosion, Jiyu Taishu's abdomen was pierced through, and his godly spirit was destroyed. The cultivation that Jiyu Taishu had painstakingly cultivated throughout his life was gone. My cultivation. Jiyu Taishu spat out blood and screamed miserably. Zhong Wushuang moved away expressionlessly. The next moment, he teleported in front of Dakini and raised his palm to slap her forehead. Dakini was only left with a soul body. How could she avoid Zhong Wushuang's palm? With a miserable scream, half of Dakini's body was smashed, and her divine soul was severely injured. With such injuries, she wouldn't be able to live for long unless a powerful expert intervened. Zhong Wushuang withdrew his palm indifferently and said coldly, "Destroying your cultivation and destroying half of your soul is because you were disrespectful to Miss Luo and had ulterior motives toward Hanxian. I spared your lives for the sake of your past kindness. From now on, all the grievances between us will be written off. If you offend me again, you will die. Zhang Wushuang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Get lost. Dakini and Jiyu Taishu were lucky to survive. How could they dare to stay? With the help of Dakini, Jiyu Taishu, whose cultivation had been destroyed, boarded a starry river divine boat with her and flew toward the demonic world. Zhang Wushuang turned around and untied the golden god trapping cage. Luo Shuai was injured. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and immediately began to recover. Zhang Wushuang said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Luo Shuai shook his head and said, "Don't blame yourself. What you did was right. Instead of letting them do evil things, it was better to expose them as soon as possible to avoid hurting Brother Su." Chapter 1505. Luo Shuai blushed, but his eyes rippled. She had done what Su Yu's wife had done. At least, she had caught up to her in some aspects. Zhang Wushuang's evaluation caused Luo Shuai to be overjoyed. He was as happy as if he had drunk honey. "Let's wait for a few more days. I believe that Su Yu is almost ready to set off," Zhang Wushuang said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Luo Shuai noticed Chen Shi's expression, and he said hesitantly, "You seem to be extremely special to that junior sister of yours. Is she your sweetheart?" Zhang Wushuang remained silent and did not answer. Divine Realm Empire. In the past 2 months, all the major cavern worlds of the Empire had launched vigorous pre-war preparations. Countless cave abode powerhouses responded to the call of the gods and formed an anti-demon army. The elites were then transferred and incorporated into the 10 fleets of the God Domain Empire. The leaders of the fleet were Yongye Chushue, Yongye Wuheng, Bai Wanqing, the eldest prince, and Yi Mu and the other level 4 deities whom he had subdued with the illusionary soul realm. The overall strength of the 10 fleets had a qualitative leap compared to the past. He believed that they would be able to resist the large-scale attack of the devils. In the outside world, preparations were in full swing. Inside the secret chamber, Su Yu's isolation training was coming to an end. Soul devouring. A crack appeared on Su Yu's forehead. It was like a bottomless pit, and it emitted an endless suction force toward souls. All the living beings of the Divine Realm Empires, especially those near the Imperial Palace, felt their souls turn cold, as if they were being stared at by something terrifying. Yongye Chushue, Bai Wanqing, and Bai Wanqing, who were busy preparing, felt it most clearly. Yongye Wuheng said in surprise, "What a terrifying devouring power. Even my soul is shaken." Yongye Chushue was also a little uneasy. With such a devouring power, even the soul of a level 2 deity would not be able to escape if his soul left his body, right? Only Bai Wanqing stared in the direction of the secret chamber with her purple eyes and smiled faintly. "It seems that young master's magical power has improved." Just as they were talking, Bai Wanqing's expression suddenly changed and she whispered, "That's," under his purple eyes, one could clearly see the dense shadows of the chains of the great Tao laws floating above the secret chamber. The number was so great that it was unbelievable, but soon, the phenomenon disappeared. At the same time, Su Yu's aura emanated from the secret room. The 3 of them were overjoyed and hurried over. Su Yu had already walked out of the secret room. His expression was calm, and his whole body emitted an indescribably peaceful aura, as if he was an ordinary person. But when they got close, there was an inexplicable force that prevented them from getting too close. Yongye Wuheng sized him up and said, "You seem to have changed a lot during your seclusion this time." Su Yu chuckled. "I've made some slight improvements in some magical powers." Then, his eyes narrowed, "Is everything ready?" Everyone's expression turned cold. They were about to set off. Yongye Chushue said, "Get ready. This time, we will definitely rescue little sister Shuai." When she was with Luo Shuai, they were mostly jealous, but they were definitely not enemies. Ever since she was taken away, she was left alone and felt quite lonely. Unknowingly, the 2 of them had already established a subtle friendship, and they seemed like enemies yet weren't, like friends yet weren't. While Su Yu was in seclusion, most of the preparations for the rescue operation were handled by her. Su Yu said, "Bring Hanxian out." Yongye Chushue was already prepared. She sent out a message jade pendant, and someone immediately escorted Hanxian over. In the past 2 months, her injuries had fully recovered, and her face was much rosier. Her complexion was also very good, and it was obvious that she had not suffered any pain. Han Xian stared at Su Yu without saying a word. Su Yu glanced at her indifferently and released the shackles on her body. He said, "You heard the deal I made with Zhong Wushuang. I will give you freedom. As long as you don't attack or hurt anyone, you can do anything, including escape. As long as you have the ability to escape." Han Xian pursed her lips and lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, and she said, "I will not escape." "That's great," Su Yu said expressionlessly, "let's go." Yongye Chushua and Yongye Wuheng wanted to follow him, but Su Yu refused, saying, "It's just an exchange of hostages. I can go alone. I need you to lead the team, and you can't leave." Only then did they give up. Yongye Chushua said, "Please be sure to bring little sister Shui back." Su Yu nodded. "If I can't bring her back, I will bring back the heads of Zhong Wushuang and the others. I'll go first." After saying that, Su Yu grabbed Han Xian and disappeared instantly with the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. After Su Yu left, Yongye Chushua and the others issued several military orders with Su Yu's imperial jade seal in their hands. Before long, 10 fleets, hundreds of battleships, and thousands of divine boats, which were fully loaded with the strong men of the God Realm Empire, sailed into the Star River under the leadership of the 3 of them. My God! What are they going to do with so many battleships? I heard they are going to annihilate the Dakini and a few other survivors. I think so. I heard those survivors took an important hostage of ours. Emperor Yu was furious and mobilized all his troops to annihilate them. Yes, the Dakini is a cunning and powerful deity. No matter how many deities are mobilized, it won't be too much. In an instant, Su Yu carried Han Xian across the Star River. At this moment, Han Xian finally spoke. She stared at Su Yu's side profile, which had matured a lot, and said, "You have changed a lot." Su Yu looked at her and said calmly, "People change. Haven't you changed as well? You used to be naive, innocent, and ignorant. What about now?" Now, she was much more mature. She was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. Han Xian clenched her fists and bit her lips. Her eyes were misty. "You used to be simple and kind. Now, you are cold and heartless." Hee hee. Su Yu laughed. He felt that Han Xian was like a child who stubbornly wanted to argue. He shook his head. He didn't want to argue. "Say something." Han Xian turned her head and stared at him. Her eyes were full of grievance and displeasure. Su Yu said calmly, "Say what? Is there anything we haven't finished talking about?" Han Xian clenched her fists tighter and bit her lips harder. She touched her chest, and her eyes became even more misty. You don't want to explain how you felt when you kicked me in the chest that day? I didn't want to hurt you, but why did you hurt me so cruelly?" She had been brooding over this incident for 2 months. If it had been anyone else who hurt her, she would have thought it was reasonable. However, when Su Yu kicked her, she felt as if something in her heart was broken. Su Yu said calmly, "Are you trying to say that I still owe you? So, even if you are my enemy, I should show you mercy?" "No." Unexpectedly, Han Xian shook her head. Her eyes were misty as she said, "You don't owe me anything, and I have never thought that you owed me anything." "Oh. Then, why do you think that I shouldn't hurt you?" Su Yu said with a faint sneer. Han Xian opened her eyes and stared at Su Yu. The misty tears in her eyes finally condensed into tears. She said, "Do you think that the time we spent in the Red Blood Palace is not worth mentioning?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu was startled. He suddenly remembered that he had been chased by the 5 great bright light guards. He had fallen into the ice-sealed river because of the all-creation heavenly tribulation. He was in the river, and she was on the riverbank, looking at him curiously with her crystal-clear eyes. Then, he lied to her and hid that he was the real murderer that she was looking for. During that time, he even gave her a name. He named her Zishuan because she was wearing a purple dress. I remember. Su Yu revealed a nostalgic smile at the corners of his mouth. At that time, they were both teenagers. You only remember. Han Xuan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, "It's no wonder that you could kick me so cruelly. In your eyes, that period of time is just a memory." Su Yu was startled. If I don't remember, will I still remember it? Looking at Su Yu's shocked expression, Han Xian wiped her tears and said with a self-mocking smile, for you, it's just a fragment of your memory, which you can forget at any time. But for me, it's a mark that can't be erased. I really regret that I met you. Before Su Yu could ask, she said angrily, go ahead and exchange me for that young lady's. After she spoke, she shut her mouth and eyes and stopped talking. She had met Su Yu for the first time in the outside world. It was him who had taught her many things and opened the door to a new world for her. It was him who had brought her many joys and given her a second name. For her, Su Yu was an unforgettable memory that couldn't be erased. Even though 10 years had passed, she still deeply cherished that memory, the friendship that she had carefully preserved. However, Su Yu's kick had made her feel unfamiliar and painful. It turned out that she and Su Yu had never shared that memory. Su Yu was an experienced person. Hearing her words, he knew that he had left a deep impression in Han Xuan's life. It had nothing to do with love. It was just a vague attachment. His expression softened slightly, but he still said, kicking you is a punishment that you deserve. You can't tell right from wrong, and we don't know whether you're a friend or a foe. I gave you a warning. I didn't do anything wrong. If you don't like it, feel free to do so. I won't apologize. Han Xian, who had already felt wronged, clenched her fists when she heard this. She opened her eyes and glared at Su Yu. I hate you. It doesn't matter. Su Yu shrugged. He didn't care at all. Han Xian was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She wanted to fight with Su Yu on the spot. However, she knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few blows from Su Yu. She could only say bitterly, I really regret letting you off so easily in the past. Humph. In the past, as an all-creation, she could torture Su Yu to the point that he begged for mercy with a single finger. Now, it was the complete opposite. Su Yu chuckled. Then you should make this your goal and train hard. If you can beat me, you can beat me all you want. Han Xian was infuriated. She clenched her teeth. What are you so proud of? Life is full of ups and downs. In another 10 years, it's hard to say who will be stronger than the other. It's good that you're confident. Han Xian snorted angrily. Just you wait. Remember what you said today. Sooner or later, I'll beat you up and pay you back for that kick. I'll make you apologize for that kick. Fine, I'll wait for that day. Su Yu smiled faintly. Han Xian clenched her fists. Her eyes shone again as if she had found her goal in life. In the next 2 days, Su Yu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole continuously. He crossed countless galaxies and was about to reach the world of divine remains. At the same time, Zhong Wushuang was waiting anxiously. On this day, Zhong Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly and looked into the distance. Luo Shui seemed to have sensed it too. He said, Brother Su and the others are here? Chapter 1506. Boom. Boom. Thick, dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, demonic energy billowing. In the demonic energy, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared from time to time, exuding an extremely violent aura. Looking closely, 2 familiar figures could be seen. Jiyu Taishu, Dakini, the holy magic hall of the demons. Zhong Wushuang's expression changed slightly. How did they contact the demonic dimension in just a few days and send their troops here so quickly? According to common sense, even if the Holy Magic Hall sent their troops here, it would take as long as 2 months. It was absolutely impossible to arrive in 2 days. Why would the Holy Magic Hall suddenly appear here? Suddenly, Zhong Wushuang found that there were 2 captured demons in the mass of demonic energy. Internal strife among the demons. Could it be that these demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall came here to capture them? Zhong Wushuang analyzed. If that was the case, it made sense. But, what's so special about those 2 demons? Did they send more than 30 deities of the Holy Magic Hall personally? Luo Shui did not know the power of the Holy Magic Hall. How confident are we to deal with them if we join forces? Zhong Wushuang said, if I am alone, they can't do anything to me. But if I bring you along, forget it, you go first. I believe Su Yu is also on his way here. If I meet him, let him take my junior sister back, and I will go back to the God Realm Empire to get her. Luo Shui said, "Aren't you afraid that Su Yu will refuse to return your junior sister?" Zhong Wushuang said, "It's better than you getting hurt here. If I can't take care of you, my junior sister will be in danger." Having said that, Luo Shui said, "Well, don't worry. If I go back, I believe Brother Su will not make things difficult for your junior sister. Goodbye." Having said that, Luo Shui retreated and flew in the direction of the God Realm Empire. However, after a few steps, the massive mass of demonic energy suddenly tumbled, and 9 extremely fierce roars shattered a nebula. Zhong Wushuang's eyes narrowed. What is that? With a swoosh, the demonic energy was pushed away, and 9 invisible things rushed out from it. They were 9 extremely ferocious beast heads with red eyes, full of bloodthirsty will. After Zhong Wushuang saw it clearly, his expression turned serious. Chaos Beast. It was rumored that there was an extremely frightening creature in the demon world called the Chaos Beast. It was born from the Chaos demonic chi. No matter which generation it was, there were only 18 of them. In this generation, 9 of them were personally trained by the Demon Emperor and were extremely ferocious. The other 9 were born with defects and were exiled to the galaxy. The 9 in front of him were a batch that the Demon King had personally raised. Any one of them had the terrifying power to devour a level 3 deity. All 9 of them could compete with a level 2 deity. Zhong Wushuang's face sank, and he said, "This is a little troublesome. Miss Luo, flee quickly. I really can't take care of you." As Jiangyi spoke, the 9 chaos beasts charged forward. Unparalleled tyrannical fists. Zhong Wushuang didn't dare to be careless at all. However, the chaos beast was immune to mystical abilities. It bit Zhong Wushuang's body and tore off pieces of flesh. Zhong Wushuang didn't even frown as he shouted, "Sovereign King Jiang Shani." A long robe formed by mountains and rivers was draped over his body. When the chaos beast bit again, it blocked the long robe. Unable to do anything, it could only bite through the Sovereign King Jiang Shani first. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhong Wushuang summoned the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. A dazzling golden image of the heavenly throne descended, filled with a powerful suppressive force. The 9 chaos beasts were not immune to it either. They were suppressed on the spot, and their movements became slow. However, he couldn't retreat. If he did, the 9 chaos beasts would regain their freedom, and it would be even more dangerous. In the billowing demonic chi, Mother Dakini said to a level 3 deity, "General Demon I, that woman is the one I mentioned. She's the woman of the Emperor of the Divine Realm Empire. Only by capturing her can the enemy hold back." Holy Magic Hall generals were divided into 3 ranks, upper, middle, and lower. The general was second only to the senior commander and had level 3 cultivation. General Demon I was one of them. He was born with a third eye that was filled with mysterious power. He stared at the fleeing Luo Shui and smiled coldly. "Chase. I want him alive. Don't let me eat him." Roar, roar, roar. Under the demonic chi, 30 Holy Magic Hall demon gods pounced forward. They didn't have any intelligence, and their bodies were more agile than ordinary demon gods. In 5 minutes, they caught up to Luo Shui and pounced on him. Luo Shui was not afraid. He methodically used all kinds of sorcery to destroy these demon gods. However, what surprised Luo Shui was that these demon gods didn't seem to have divine souls. Or rather, if their divine souls were damaged, they couldn't feel it at all. Many sorcery that involved the soul actually didn't work. In addition, Luo Shui was already injured. He gradually couldn't take it anymore, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. This stalemate lasted for several hours. 7 or 8 demon gods died. Luo Shui was covered in blood, but he still fought tenaciously. A bunch of trash. At that moment, there was a cold shout that sounded like thunder. General Demon I attacked. He suddenly appeared behind Luo Shui and gave him a vicious slap. As a demon god who was proficient in the physical body, the power of this slap was unparalleled. Luo Shui was directly sent flying by the slap. Her back was a bloody mess and covered in cracks. Although her sorcery power recovered quickly, it was already showing signs of weakness. Then, A giant palm grabbed Luo Shui's head from behind. Endless demon energy poured into her body and sealed her sorcery power. Swish, the demon eye leaped up and returned to the billowing demon energy. He coldly threw Luo Shui down. Immediately, a demon god captured him and made him kneel on the ground together with the other two demons who had been captured alive. Dakini couldn't help but laugh coldly. Little b****, do you think you can escape? Aren't you still in our hands? Jiyu Taishu was even more resentful. He pounced on her and said resentfully, b****, you ruined my cultivation. If I don't kill you, I'll live in vain. Bang, but before he could pounce on her, he was sent flying by an iron fist. The one who attacked was none other than General Demon Eye. Jiyu Taishu was stunned and said, General, what are you doing? The Demon Eye said coldly, I'd like to ask you, what are you trying to do? Jiyu Taishu pointed at her and said, according to the agreement, if you capture her, can't you let me do whatever I want? As long as you don't kill her, you can do whatever you want. The Demon Eye sneered. Agreement? What agreement? Who can testify? Upon hearing this, Jiyu Taishu was secretly angry, but he restrained himself and said, yes, I'm being silly. Dakini, who was beside him, also hid her strange expression and stood obediently at the side. It turned out that on their way to the demonic dimension, they had encountered a troop of demons who were trying to capture them. They had told them that the woman of the current emperor of the God Realm Empire was here. The two sides had agreed that Dakini and Jiyu Taishu would lead the way. After capturing the woman, the two of them would deal with her first before handing her over to the demons. They had thought that they could still take revenge on Su Yu. Who knew that the demons wouldn't keep their word? The Demon Eye said indifferently, it's good that you know you're being silly. Why don't you take a look at the two of you? One is a piece of trash whose cultivation has been destroyed, and the other is only left with half of her soul. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Yes, you're right, General Demon Eye, Jiyu Taishu said humbly, suppressing the humiliation in his heart. The Demon Eye snorted coldly and turned to stare at Zhong Wushuang with a strange look in his eyes. I didn't expect there to be such a talented strong man in the Star River God Realm. He fought 9 beasts of chaos alone without being at a disadvantage. In the demonic dimension, his combat power is only below that of the demonic god of 6 Path. After a moment of silence, the Demon Eye said with some fear, let's go first. When the time for the beasts of chaos is up, they will be transported back to the demonic dimension. After saying this, the billowing demonic clouds quickly retreated. Zhong Wushuang, who had witnessed this scene, was filled with murderous intent, but he couldn't do anything about it. He regretted secretly. Why did he have to be kind and let go of Dakini and Jiyu Taishu? They didn't repent, and they still wanted to do evil even though they were in such dire straits. However, being trapped by 9 beasts of chaos, he couldn't leave at all. The Demon Eye led the many demonic gods and quickly disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away, heading straight for the demonic dimension. When they passed by a meteorite, they saw a kind-looking monk sitting cross-legged on the meteorite. He put his palms together and was silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. His whole body was emitting Buddha's light. Sensing the army of the Demon Eye, he opened his eyes slightly and made a Buddhist greeting. He said, very good, very good. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The Demon Eye glanced at the monk and said indifferently, a Buddhist? How dare you block the way of the demon clan? Tyrant put on a kind smile and said, Amitabha, I hope that benefactors of the demon race can do a good deed and release that female benefactor. This poor monk has some fate with her. I hope that you can give this little monk some face. The Demon Eye sneered and gave a look to one of the demonic gods beside him. Eat him. Raw. The demonic god jumped down excitedly. He opened his big mouth and bit the monk. The monk still put his palms together and didn't show any signs of resistance. When the demonic god was 30 feet away from them, the demonic god's body suddenly started burning, and black flames rose. No matter how the demonic god struggled, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing until they were completely burned to ashes. The sudden scene shocked the many demonic gods, and they instinctively felt fear. The monk burned a demonic god to death without batting an eyelid. They were shocked by the terrible black flames. However, General Demon Eye seemed to recall something at this moment. His whole body trembled, and he said in a trembling voice, "Undying demon flame. You are." The monk slowly put down his palms and put them behind his back. His temperament suddenly changed, and the warm smile on his face was like the smile of the god of death in the eyes of the demon eye. Oh! There are still people in the demonic realm who can recognize the undying demon flame. It seems that you haven't forgotten me. The demon eye trembled all over, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Your subordinate, the demon eye, pays respect to the undying demon emperor. The undying demon emperor? Jiyu Taishu, Mother Dakini, and Luo Shuai gasped. This old monk is the undying demon emperor? Shouldn't demon emperors be in the demonic realm? The monk smiled kindly. You are not my subordinate, and I have another identity, the god of death. What? Mother Dakini and Jiyu Taishu were shocked. In the galaxy, the god of death was known as the second strongest expert, just below the demon emperor. Who in the universe didn't know about him? Who didn't know about him? Yes, I pay respect to the Lord God of Death. The demon eye's legs trembled. Please forgive us for failing to recognize you, Lord God of Death. We didn't mean to offend you. Chapter 1507. Ah! Lord Demon Emperor, please show mercy. The demon eye screamed and tried to escape. The death deity smiled mercifully and put his palms together. Amitabha. As soon as he said that, all the demon gods were ignited by the demon fire and turned into ashes in an instant. The demon eye, who had escaped to the end of the sky, failed to escape and was killed. Many demon gods had no ability to resist at all and were annihilated with a single thought from the undying demon emperor. Only Dakini, Jiyu Taishu, Luo Shuai, and the two demons who had been captured were left. Looking at the ashes floating in the Milky Way, they shuddered and didn't even dare to breathe. The death deity turned around and looked at them with a faint smile. Ignoring everyone else, he fixed his eyes on Luo Shuai and said, Lady Dona, you are destined to meet me. Come with me. Luo Shuai wanted to refuse, but under the gaze of the death deity, she couldn't speak or move. She drifted away with him involuntarily. Dakini and Jiyu Taishu didn't dare to stop him. He was the infamous death deity in the Milky Way. Moreover, his reputation was not as good as meeting him in person. His strength completely surpassed the rumors. Why is the death deity interested in that little b*tch? Dakini couldn't figure it out. Jiyu Taishu was also unwilling to accept it. He had spent so much effort to kidnap her, but the undead demon emperor appeared out of nowhere. Looking down at the two demons who had been captured, Jiyu Taishu said, What should we do with them? The demon eye came to capture them in person, which shows that they are not ordinary demons. If we take them back to the realm of demons, will it be considered a pledge of allegiance? Dakini followed his gaze and looked at the two demons on the ground. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a young woman. Their faces were similar, so they should be father and daughter. After thinking for a while, Dakini said, This pledge of allegiance may not bring us a good end. Why? Jiyu Taishu's gaze shifted as he asked. Dakini stared at the ashes floating in the Milky Way and said, Isn't it simple? What do you think the realm of demons will think of us if we witness the demon eye being killed by the undead demon emperor while we are safe and sound? Hearing this, Jiyu Taishu frowned slightly. I'm afraid they will doubt our loyalty. In the worst-case scenario, they'll blame us for the death of the demonic eye. Mother Dakini nodded and said, That's why it's best for us to pretend that we've never seen the demonic eye or those two before. With our current strength, it's not wise for us to get involved. Jiyu Taishu agreed wholeheartedly. Indeed, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. The two of them left the unconscious devil race and quietly escaped. Half a day later, Su Yu had finally arrived at the world of divine remains. Tens of millions of miles away, Su Yu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and he frowned slightly. Why is there the scent of chaos beasts? After pondering it for a moment, Su Yu said, I'm afraid something has happened. Shua leaving Hanxian behind, Su Yu teleported near the aura of the chaos beast. From afar, he could see 9 chaos beasts surrounding Zhong Wushuang. Zhong Wushuang could only struggle bitterly, he could not break free at all. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings and did not see Luo Shuai. He could still sense the lingering aura of the demon race nearby. Has the demon race been here? Su Yu's heart sank. His bad premonition had come true. Staring at the 9 chaos beasts, Su Yu's eyes flashed coldly, and he swooped down. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the chaos beasts. 2 of the chaos beasts that were wandering outside immediately roared and turned to bite Su Yu. Su Yu snorted coldly, and a black divine dragon appeared in his palm. The law of death. Su Yu growled, and his palm pressed down across the air. Suddenly, several clear virtual shadows of the law chain appeared around Su Yu's palm. A dark palm print shuttled through the void and imprinted on the surface of a chaos beast's body. The chaos beast was originally invisible, and it was difficult for external forces to harm it. However, the dark palm print fell straight on its body, and the chaos beast was blown away. At the same time, its vitality was rapidly declining. The whole color quickly dimmed, and finally turned into a dead gray. Its vitality was extinguished. The chaos beast that could not be killed was easily killed. Another chaos beast was not afraid of death, and continued to bite while roaring. Su Yu's eyes flashed with cold light, and his left and right eyes burst with purple and wine-red divine light, condensing together to form a mixed beam of light. Around the beam of light, there was a rotating chain of the law. The law of time and space flow backward. The chaos beast sensed the danger and turned into a residual shadow, trying to dodge, but no matter what, the distance between it and the beam of light did not increase. It was as if it was locked by the law of space, and no matter how it moved, it could not escape. In the end, it was shot by the beam of light, wrapped, and swallowed. When the beam of light dissipated, the chaos beast disappeared, including its breath, completely erased from the world. Zhong Wushuang's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He had fought for so long, but he had not been able to kill a chaos beast. Su Yu came and easily killed 2 in a row. I haven't seen him for only 2 months, and his strength has improved so much. What kind of great opportunity did he encounter? After killing 2 chaos beasts, the rest of the chaos beasts showed a little fear. After a moment of stalemate with Zhong Wushuang, they broke free from the suppression of the heaven and earth divine throne and fled to the sky. There, a huge formation appeared, and they were sent back to the demon world. Zhong Wushuang retracted the shadow and took a deep breath. What happened? Where is Shui Yi? With a swoosh, Su Yu flew in front of him and stared at him. Hearing this, Zhong Wushuang was deeply ashamed. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep my promise. She was taken away by the demon race. Demon race? Tell me the whole story. Su Yu's heart sank. He knew what would happen to the creatures of Xing River if they fell into the hands of the demon world. After listening to Zhong Wushuang's story patiently, Su Yu was full of killing intent. Dakini, Jiyu Taishu. A leopard can't change its spots. Even in that kind of situation, you still want to do evil. Zhong Wushuang's eyes were full of remorse. I was too soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could there be such twists and turns and attract the demon race? You wait for me for a few more months. I will kill my way into the demon world and take Miss Luo back. Zhong Wushuang clenched his fists. I will never break my promise. No need, Su Yu said lightly, his eyes fixed on the distance, not looking at him. I don't need you. I will save her myself. Hearing Su Yu's indifference, Zhong Wushuang clenched his fists, his heart suffering. As a born king, he never owed anyone a promise. Now, he failed to keep his promise to protect Luo Shuari and let her be taken away by the demon race. When he finished speaking, Su Yu turned into a residual shadow and went straight in the direction of the demon eye. As soon as he left, Han Xian hurried after him. Seeing Zhong Wushuang, she was pleasantly surprised. She turned to look around but did not see Su Yu. She asked curiously, where is he? He took Luo Shuari away so soon? She was a little displeased. What was this? Zhong Wushuang saw her and was taken aback. Su Yu did not continue to kidnap you? Han Xian blinked. Continue. You didn't give Luo Shuari to him? A bitter smile bloomed on his lips, and Zhong Wushuang shook his head deeply. Knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Han Xian was stunned and said anxiously, "Then he is going to kill his way into the demon world alone?" Zhong Wushuang said, "I'm afraid so." Looking at Han Xian with relief, Zhong Wushuang said, "Han Xian, you find a safe place to hide. I will go after him. The demon world is dangerous, and he can't barge into it alone. Are you going too?" Han Xian asked in surprise. Zhong Wushuang said, "Yes, I don't owe people promises. I failed to protect Luo Shui, but he didn't hurt you. It is my duty to help him rescue Luo Shui. I want to go too." Han Xian said, "If anything happens to Luo Shui, I will not be able to face Su Yu. All right, but don't go too far away from me." Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness as he flew away quickly. When he passed by a meteorite filled with ashes, he stopped and frowned slightly. There are so many ashes of demonic gods here. Did a battle take place here? While he was in a daze, he sensed two familiar auras. Glancing around, he found two corpses of demons floating in the Star River immediately. If the battle here hadn't scared away the wild beasts nearby, they would have been eaten by the wild beasts in a coma. Qian Jun, sure? Su Yu was a little surprised. Then, he pulled them up from the air. After checking, he found that their 5 senses had been sealed, so they had fallen into a deep sleep. "Wake up." Su Yu opened his mouth and spat out a divine energy to wake them up. Qian Jun opened his eyes slowly. When he sensed someone was close to him, he punched the man's chest subconsciously. However, his punch didn't cause any harm to the man. Instead, his palm was badly hurt by the counterforce. "Who is it?" Qian Jun shouted in a low voice as he glanced at the man's face. However, it seemed he had found something. His body became stiff as he looked at the man's face again. When he fixed his eyes on the man's face was very familiar to him. Qian Jun exclaimed in disbelief, "Lord Demon King? Am I hallucinating? Or did the demons cast some secret technique on me?" At this time, Shoa also woke up. Looking at the handsome man with silver hair and the crown on his head, she was also confused. Then, she said in confusion, "Weren't we captured? Am I hallucinating now?" Qian Jun and Shoa looked at each other in confusion. "I sent a message to you and asked you to see me. Why are you sleeping here? Did something happen?" Su Yu asked calmly. Hearing that, Qian Jun and Shoa stood up hurriedly and bowed in surprise. "Lord Demon King, it's really you." Su Yu sent a message to Qian Jun. Only he and his daughter knew what had happened. It was impossible for the demons to confuse them. "Answer my question." Su Yu patted their shoulders. His powerful divine strength helped them get rid of their weakness and fatigue. Feeling the warmth, Qian Jun said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord. When we received your message, we tried our best to sneak out of the realm of demons and was ready to hand over the information we had collected over the years to you. However, after we left, our base camp in the realm of demons was uprooted by Princess Yunxia. The news of our escape was also exposed. Then, we were hunted down by the Holy Magic Hall. We tried our best to escape. However, we were only at the level of prospective deities. Eventually, the demon gods of the Holy Magic Hall caught up with us. They sealed our 5 senses. When we woke up again, we saw Lord. Did you save us?" Su Yu sighed silently. In this case, they didn't know what had happened here. Whether Luo Shui was taken back to the realm of demons by the remaining demons or by the other side of the battle here was totally unknown. Anyway, Luo Shui didn't die here. Slightly relieved, Su Yu said, "You have worked hard. From now on, you will follow me. You don't have to go back to the realm of demons." Hearing that, Qian Jun said seriously, "I'm afraid we can't go back. Lord, in addition to bringing back all kinds of information about the realm of demons collected over the past 8 years, when we sneaked out of the realm of demons, we also learned a shocking secret from a high-level demon. It was because of this secret that a top demon god like the Demonic Eye led a team to kill us." "Oh, a shocking secret. Tell me," Su Yu said. Chapter 1508. Qian Jun said, "The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore." The giant of the bitter sea. Su Yu took a deep breath. The most lethal threat in the Star River. An ancient demon emperor who would devour all the creatures in the Star River to become the overlord of the Star River. However, Suyu frowned a bit. It's not a secret that the giant of the bitter sea has come ashore. Why did the demonic eye, one of the 10 demonic gods of the Holy Magic Hall, come here to kill him? Is there something special about this time? Qian Jun nodded. You are right. The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore this time. As soon as he came ashore, he devoured the entire Jingyu realm. All the creatures in the 7 great demonic realms became the food of the giant of the bitter sea. Suyu's pupils constricted. It has begun, devouring all the creatures in the Star River, starting from the ordinary creatures in the demon realm. Qian Jun said, this incident has caused great panic. After the creatures of the other 6 realms got the news, they fled in panic and wanted to escape from the demonic realm. However, the Holy Magic Hall guarded the only gap in the demonic realm personally. Luckily, we left in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave the demon realm. Suyu asked thoughtfully, can the Holy Magic Hall stop all the creatures in the demon realm? Qian Jun said, you will know after reading these messages. Then, he took out a space ring. Suyu glanced at it and found all the jade slips were neatly placed in the space ring, which recorded all kinds of messages. Row 130,403, from left to right, the 40,000,001 contains the messages of the demonic gods in the demon realm. Qian Jun said as he held a catalogue in his hand. Suyu nodded and entered the space ring with his soul to read the documents. 1 hour later, Suyu was still reading the documents. Shora murmured, Father, why hasn't Lord finished reading the documents? Qian Jun made a gesture to keep quiet and said secretly, the contents of one document are equivalent to 2 hours of reading for ordinary people. It's still early. Be patient and don't talk anymore. At that moment, Suyu blinked his eyes and came back to his senses. He said, so, in the 8 years after I left, all the wandering demon gods in the demonic dimension disappeared one after another. Shora blinked her eyes and said secretly, didn't you say it would take 2 hours? Qian Jun stared at her and said, my lord is very talented. What's there to be surprised about? When Qian Jun was about to answer, Suyu continued, besides, considering the disappearance of the descendants of the demonic god, it doesn't seem like they are hiding from the world. They must have been abducted by a powerful force without being noticed. Hey! Qian Jun was shocked. The information about the descendants of the missing demonic god was divided into 80 other books. Did Suyu read them too? Exactly. Although surprised, Qian Jun said, their disappearance caused a lot of panic in the realm of devils. No one knew where they went. They finally showed up when a large number of creatures in the realm of devils rushed to the exit. They all joined the Holy Magic Hall. Suyu's eyes lit up. To be precise, he was mutated by Princess Yunxia's power of Azura. Just like the red-eyed mutated creatures in the Azura world, they had lost their rationality, became irritable, and their strength increased. At the same time, they were very obedient to control. Princess Yunxia, who exactly are you? Suyu thought to himself. Qian Jun said, because of their joining, the number of deities in the Holy Magic Hall has skyrocketed from the original 200 to more than 300 demonic god. More than that, the demonic gods in the Holy Magic Hall seem to have been strengthened in batches. They are more powerful than before and have more strange abilities that are impossible to guard against. The demonic eyes that came to capture us were not strengthened yet. Even so, they were incredibly powerful, Qian Jun said with lingering fear. Suyu was sure that the mutation caused by the power of Azura must be caused by the power of Azura. In addition, there is more important news. The realm of devils has been preparing for war for the past 8 years. Recently, they have mobilized the armies of all the realms to launch an action called Nirvana against all the creatures in the Star River. It is a great momentum, unprecedented in the realm of devils. This action is very fierce, and the creatures in the Star River are in great danger, Qian Jun said seriously. He thought Suyu would be very nervous after hearing this. However, Suyu was very calm. My lord, the realm of devils has the intention to destroy the Star River. Please make a plan as soon as possible. Qian Jun couldn't help but be anxious. Su Yu said calmly, I also have the ambition to destroy the realm of devils. We have the same idea. Ah! Qian Jun and Shuo were dumbfounded. They almost thought they had heard it wrong. Destroy the realm of devils? Is the realm of devils going to destroy you? Is my lord crazy? The father and the daughter asked at the same time as they looked at each other. Rumble all of a sudden, the heaven and earth were deafening as if thousands of thunderbolts were interweaving in the sky. They saw a huge snow-white disk that blotted out the sun and the sky, flickering like a white light as it floated above their heads. Looking at the boundless giant, the father and daughter sucked in a breath of cold air. What? What is this thing? Is it the arrival of all the God Realm empires? But how could it be so fast? Swish, when they were shocked speechless, many enormous battleships flew down from the disk. They were the most advanced giant Star River battleships of the God Realm empires. Each of the battleships was surrounded by hundreds of divine boats. The battleships were full of the auras of powerful people. Many of them were so powerful that the father and the daughter were shocked. Swish, Yongye Chushue, Yongye Wuheng, Bai Wanqing, and the first prince landed. 4 powerful figures at level 3 of the realm of gods shocked the father and the daughter to the ground. Yongye Chushue frowned. 2 little demons. Brother Su, where did you find these small fries? Qian Jun and his daughter were shocked again. How could such powerful beings call Su Yu brother? Wait, why is the first prince here? And he seems to regard Su Yu as his leader. Su Yu said, they are my people. Oh, Yongye Chushue said casually. Then, she looked around and asked, where is Sister Shueri? Su Yu was silent for a while. She was captured by the demons. Hearing that, the all-access merchant god was surprised. How could the demons appear here? Su Yu narrated the entire sequence of events, causing the deities to be unable to restrain their anger and resentment. The Sheng deity said angrily, so, we came here for nothing? Su Yu said, not for nothing. Qian Jun, tell them about the current situation of the realm of devils. When they learned that the giant of the bitter sea had devoured the creatures of the realm of devils, they were quite happy at first. However, when they learned that the realm of devils was preparing for war, they all changed their expressions. The all-access merchant god's face was slightly pale, and his breathing became rapid. He clenched his fists and said, this day has finally come. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The Sheng deity said, Emperor Yu, please give the order. We will go back immediately, strengthen our defense, and fight against the demons to the end. We will never compromise. The deities looked determined. Emperor Yu, please give the order. We will never bow to the demons. If they want to kill us, they must pay the price. Yes. Whether we surrender or not, we can't escape death. What are we waiting for? Of course, we must resist to the end. When they heard that the demons had sent troops, they were not afraid. Instead, they were inspired with infinite courage. They had lived in fear for a long time, but at this moment, they gathered an unprecedented murderous aura. However, Su Yu was silent. He looked around at them for a long time and said slowly, I will not allow you to resist. What? The indignant deities seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water. Each of them stared at Su Yu incredulously, as if doubting whether the words just said were said by Su Yu. The demons were coming, but they were not allowed to resist. Did they want to surrender to the demons? Puzzlement, confusion, and surprise emerged in the hearts of everyone. Until Su Yu said slowly, do you really think that I have mobilized all the strong men of the God Realm Empire just to rescue a hostage? Hearing this, many gods' eyes gleamed with excitement. Those who were a little more sensitive had doubts. Was it really necessary to mobilize so many people just to rescue a hostage? What's more, they had come out in full force, but there was no strong man in the God Realm Empire. Was Emperor Yu not afraid that something would happen? Did he want to? Some wise people understood Su Yu's intentions, and their eyes were filled with horror. They could hardly believe their own guesses. I will not allow you to resist, only you are allowed to attack. Attack into the demon world, slaughter the holy magic hall, kill the giant of the bitter sea, and get rid of the scourge once and for all. Su Yu's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking the universe. His words rushed into everyone's heart and shook their souls. Someone couldn't help but say, but we are no match for the demons. Su Yu's eyes were sharp and deep, and he asked, since we are no match for them, can we survive by resisting this? The person who asked the question couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, they were all going to die. Why didn't they choose to take the initiative to attack? Under the deterrence of the demons for a long time, they almost forgot that they still had the option of attacking, and subconsciously just wanted to resist. The best defense is offense. You have the heart to die, so why wait for the enemy to kill you instead of rushing into the enemy and dying? Su Yu said in a powerful voice, and the majestic voice woke everyone up from their dreams. Many people's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Kill into the demon world. The all-access merchant god couldn't suppress his excitement. He never dreamed of killing into the demon world, and Su Yu's words woke him up. Today was different from the past, and the strength of the God Realm Empire was not what it used to be. Why should they fear the demons? It was the demons, and they should be afraid of them. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake, splashing thousands of ripples. Kill into the demon world. Slaughter the holy magic hall. I swear to follow Emperor Yu to the death. Long live Emperor Yu. Waves of shouts, each louder than the last, surged in all directions of the galaxy like a tsunami, surging into the endless galaxy. The demon world. The majestic and glorious demon imperial capital was shrouded in blood, adding to the gloom. It was caused by countless drops of blood that did not fall in time, and the amount of blood could be imagined. Looking down from the sky, there were endless corpses outside the city, stretching tens of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The former demon imperial capital was surrounded by corpses. Chapter 1509. Swoosh. A figure with a strong aura flew in front of her. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were red. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness." Princess Yunxia retracted her gaze and said indifferently, "How is the situation?" "Your Highness, not a single creature has escaped from the realm of demons. It will only take 2 days for the giant of the bitter sea to come and devour them all." Princess Yunxia frowned slightly. Who cares about the life and death of the ants in the realm of demons? I am asking, how are the preparations for the baptism? The figure's expression turned serious, and he immediately said, reporting to the princess, "Everything has been done according to your instructions. Apart from the demonic eye, the last batch of demonic gods of the Holy Magic Hall have also been baptized by the heavenly liquid. They only need to undergo a blood sacrifice to undergo a transformation." Princess Yunxia nodded with satisfaction and said coldly, "Is it a sacrifice?" A cold and cruel smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth. "A few months ago, didn't we capture a lot of demons who served Su Yu? We will use them as sacrifices for this new batch of demons." Hearing this, the figure also grinned, and his smile was cold. "Your Highness is wise. The so-called sacrifice was to let them eat their own kind alive." The same kind here referred to the creatures who had experienced the baptism of the heavenly liquid. They would transform the creatures who served Su Yu and then use them as sacrifices. Princess Yunxia sneered coldly. "Su Yu, your good days are coming to an end. How is the preparation of the first demon army?" The figure said, "They have been stationed outside the realm of demons, led by General Brokenbones, with 100,000 troops and 100 demon ships. Within a month, they can arrive at the realm of gods and completely conquer it in 2 months." In this regard, Princess Yunxia shook her head indifferently. "Don't be too confident. After all, the Xing River is part of the ancient god realm. No one knows whether the overlord of the Xing River still exists." The figure said flatteringly, "Your Highness, you worry too much. If there is such a powerful existence, how can they sit back and watch the situation of the Xing River today? I think with the Dekini and the many creatures she cultivated, we should be able to destroy the realm of gods in a short time." With that, the figure bowed and said, "If Your Highness does not trust General Broken Bones, I am willing to personally lead the troops to conquer the realm of gods and hand it over to Your Highness." Princess Yunxia looked at him indifferently and said faintly, "Li Fei, you and I have been friends for many years. Why do you need to call yourself a subordinate?" The figure was silent for a moment, then gradually straightened his back, revealing a face that was not of the demon race. At first glance, it looked like a human, but its eyes were blood red, very similar to the creatures of the Azura world. I was ordered to assist you, so why can't I call myself your subordinate? Li Fei smiled faintly and continued the previous topic. The first demon army's individual strength is extremely strong, and they are also equipped with Azura weapons from the Azura world. Even without the other demon armies mobilizing, they can still destroy the Divine Realm Empire. Princess Consort can rest assured that there won't be any mistakes. While they were talking, in the galaxy, outside the Devil Realm, a total of 100 huge black devil ships were floating near the Devil Realm. Demon gods with blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen amidst the surging demon chi. In the center of the 100 demonic warships, there was a warship that was twice the size of an ordinary demonic warship. It had a clear flag with the symbol of the Devil World, indicating the status of the main warship. In the cabin of the main warship, a burly demon god with cold blood-red eyes stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him was a round table-sized demon artifact. There were thousands of light spots scattered on it, densely covering the entire round disc. Every round disc was a team of Devil World scouts, responsible for patrolling the surroundings of the Devil Realm and keeping an eye out for any suspicious enemies. At this moment, at the outermost part of the round disc, a light spot extinguished without warning, becoming extremely dim. Admiral Broken Bones, look, there's something wrong with one of the scouts. There were a few gods near the round disc demon chi, responsible for inspecting the round disc. When they discovered the abnormality, they immediately reported. The demon god with deep blood-red eyes and standing with his hands behind his back was one of the 10 great generals of the Holy Magic Hall, Admiral Broken Bone. Admiral Broken Bones stared at the extinguished light spot, his expression as cold as before. He said, "Immediately send a message to that patrol team. Ask if their demon artifact has malfunctioned." Yes. The 4 demon gods immediately sent a message to him. However, the message was like a rock in the ocean, and there was no reply for a long time. "Admiral, they might not have recovered in time." The 4 demon gods analyzed. Admiral Broken Bones stared at the round disc and said indifferently, "They can't recover." The 4 demon gods followed Admiral Broken Bones' gaze, and their pupils constricted. Another patrol team's display has dimmed. Just as they were in shock, another light spot suddenly dimmed and extinguished. In less than 10 breaths' time, 2 patrol teams met with the same situation. This was definitely not a demon artifact being damaged. The only explanation was that they had met with mishaps. 3 teams met with mishaps in a row. Could it be the appearance of a divine-level wild beast? The 4 demon gods analyzed. Admiral Broken Bones ordered indifferently, inform the nearest patrol team to rush over, find out the information, and send it back as soon as possible. The 4 demon gods immediately did as instructed. The round disc clearly showed more than 20 light spots moving rapidly towards the nearest dimmed light spot. From the round disc, it looked like a cloud of light spots surging over, covering the sky and covering the earth. This wild beast should be a speed type. It destroyed 3 patrol teams in a short span of 20 breaths. "That's impressive," a demon god said with a composed expression. Another demon god agreed. "Yes, in recent years, the wild beasts have become much more active. For some reason, divine-level wild beasts often appear. This one must have accidentally wandered over. I wonder what breed it is. Even if the patrol teams that rushed over are no match for it, they should be able to scare it off." He was still speaking, but the scene reflected in his eyes left the demon god stunned. The surrounding cloud of light spots had suffered some unknown attack, and were completely annihilated. Admiral Broken Bones could not help but be moved. He immediately order the divine-level patrol team to rush over and investigate this matter. Beep beep, the round disc let out a crisp sound. An extremely bright light spot crossed half the round disc and headed straight for the spot where the cloud had been annihilated. The divine-level patrol team was the highest team that commanded the patrol teams. They were there to deal with sudden incidents like this. There were a total of 8 demon gods in the team. No matter what divine-level wild beast they encountered, they could retreat safely. Poof, however, When the divine-level patrol team was halfway there, they were suddenly annihilated. They quickly dimmed and finally disappeared from the round disk. The demon gods in the cabin stared at the vanishing light spot in shock and bewilderment. The divine-level patrol team was annihilated. A total of 8 demon gods. The Admiral of Broken Bones was surprised and asked, "Did they send any news back?" The 4 demon gods checked the nearby communication magic tools, but all of them were silent. There was no movement. Looking at this scene, General Broken Bones sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Pass down the order, Level 3 alert. Dispatch 3 warships. We must eliminate the invading wild beast." Woo woo woo, a loud and deep horn sounded in the demon army. The demon gods who were resting or laughing on the warships were all stunned. Seeing the 3 warships speeding away, the demon gods looked at each other. That's strange. Level 3 alert. The last time was 8 years ago when the princes and princesses caused trouble, right? Is the world going to be in chaos again? But to cause trouble in the demon world at this time is like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. Haha. However, not long after, the demon army's expressions turned serious. They no longer wanted to play around. This was because the second sound of the horn echoed in the dark starry sky not long after the first sound. In the main ship's cabin, the 4 demon gods looked serious and exclaimed, "How is this possible? Could it be a divine-level wild beast horde?" On the round disk, 3 extremely bright light spots were rapidly dimming. There was still no response from the communication devices in the cabin. What did this mean? It meant that the 3 warships were annihilated before they could even send a message. Those were 3 warships. Each ship had a Lieutenant General demonic god whose cultivation was at least at level 4. At the same time, there were also 3 level 5 demonic gods and 5 level 6 demonic gods. They were so powerful that they could threaten the God Realm Empire. However, they were annihilated without a sound. They did not even have a chance to send a message. What had happened to them? The Admiral of Broken Bones' pupils constricted, and his face finally revealed a look of shock. He said sternly, "Level 2 alert. Mobilize 20 warships and prepare to defend against the enemy. Level 2 alert." It was a higher level of security than when the Demon King and the Demoness had caused trouble. On the round disk, the bright light spots of the 20 warships lit up almost half of the round disk. They formed a cloud and rushed to the place where the 3 warships had disappeared. However, at this moment, something strange happened. On the round disk, the light spots of the patrol teams were suddenly annihilated on a large scale. From the east to the demon world, all the light spots of the patrol teams were annihilated, as if they had suffered a terrifying destructive attack. Not a single one was left alive. At a glance, there was a long empty space in the sky above the round disk, leading to where they were. This scene had already shocked them to the point that they were speechless. The next scene caused them to feel terror from the depths of their souls. The dazzling light spots of the 20 warships were also annihilated rapidly. After a few breaths, there was dead silence. Together with the patrol teams, they were annihilated instantly. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Admiral Broken Bones felt a chill down his spine. After coming to his senses, he shouted, "Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. Quickly send a message to the demon world. Send a message to the princess. It's an enemy army." At this moment, how could they not understand that it wasn't a wild beast attacking them? It was a terrifyingly powerful enemy army. That power that instantly annihilated a large number of patrol teams and 20 warships. There was only one faction in the entire galaxy. The God Realm Empire. Woo 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 woo, the urgent sound of the horns shook every corner of the dark galaxy. The observing demon army was like ants on a frying pan. The docked warships all started to move. Under the command of the main ship, they crisscrossed and formed a defensive formation. The demons on the warships all seemed to wake up from a dream. They flew to the deck of the warships in panic to prepare for battle. This was a scene they never dreamed of. They didn't attack the beings in the galaxy, but they dared to attack first. In the tens of millions of years of history of the God Realm, this was definitely unprecedented. The entire demon army was in chaos, their defensive formation was in disarray. After a while, they barely managed to calm down. The remaining 77 warships arranged themselves in a net shape, forming a shield in front of the demon world. At this moment, the galaxy was deathly silent. All the demon gods stared at the dark galaxy in front of them, not daring to blink. An inexplicable sense of fear swept through their hearts. They had always only attacked, only slaughtered, only stepped on the corpses of others with sinister smiles. They had never defended as if they were facing a great enemy. Time passed bit by bit. The enemy army was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 15:10. Even Admiral Broken Bone and the others in the main ship felt tormented, a torment they had never experienced before. Click, click, a soft mechanical sound came from the depths of the dark galaxy. When the sound fell into the ears of the demon gods, they could not help but feel their hearts tighten and their breathing quicken. The sound continued, getting clearer and closer. It was like a terrifying, bloodthirsty wild beast was slowly walking out of the darkness. "Ah, I can't take it anymore." A demon god could not bear the pressure and rushed out with bloodshot eyes. "I'll kill you." He turned into a blur and charged into the dark galaxy, fighting to the death with the being that was slowly closing in. However, he was like a speck of dust that fell into the endless dark abyss. He disappeared without a sound, not even a ripple. The cracking sounds were not obstructed in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the many demon gods were terrified. What exactly were they facing? This kind of fear was only felt by the ant-like creatures they had slaughtered. Inside the main ship, Admiral Broken Bone's forehead was dripping with sweat. His palms were wet, and his eyeballs were bulging and bloodshot because he stared at the disk. They could hear each other's heartbeats in the cabin. Click, at this moment, the inexplicable sound suddenly became clear. "It's here." In the pupils of all the demons, an unbelievable scene was reflected in their eyes. A giant battleship the size of several cavern worlds with a metallic luster slowly sailed toward them. The battleship's design was extremely simple and exaggerated, especially the 100 huge cannons hanging below it. Just one of the cannons was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. The metal on the battleship was extremely complicated. It was made of unknown and mysterious metal materials that were connected in a very strange way. In terms of size, this battleship was hundreds of times larger than all of them combined. In front of it, they were like 100 specks of dust. The weaved defensive net was like a joke in front of it. It was like a spider web trying to intercept a sturdy black bull. The extreme shock shocked them, and they did not dare to move. The thing that attacked them was actually such a terrifying thing. In the cabin of the main ship, Admiral Broken Bone gasped. What is this thing?" Bang! What answered him was a beam of energy filled with the power of extreme destruction. The 100 cannons were filled with incomparably berserk power at the same time and shot out in unison. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom 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 boom. All that was left in the dark Milky Way were the heaven-shaking rumbles and the light pillars that illuminated the Milky Way. The entire galaxy was caught in the flickering brilliance. When the pillar of light finished pouring down, the galaxy returned to silence. However, all that was left in the sky were the wreckage of the battleships that were almost smashed to pieces, as well as countless devils that had been smashed to pieces. There were no more living beings. Under the superior extermination cannon's focus, nothing was left of the flagship. General Broken Bone, who was inside, naturally didn't even have a corpse left. Sure, at this time, dozens of small boats flew out from the battleship. They were all soldiers of the Godrealm Empire, and they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Sigh. If it's too clean, it'll be hard to find any valuable resources. The soldier cleaning had a bitter smile on his face. TSK. Still want to pick up resources? It's hard for me to even pick up a pile of *T and bring it back. The destruction is 2F** King thorough. In the sacred sky warship, many deities were dumbfounded, staring at the scene in front of them in disbelief. When they were preparing for the war, they were prepared to fight to the death. However, the scene in front of them had subverted their understanding. The incomparably powerful demon army, the demon race that had wreaked havoc in the Milky Way for millions of years, the demon army that could frighten all the deities with its prestige, was annihilated in an instant. In the central control room, Suyu leaned against the throne and looked at the main screen calmly. The screen showed all the scenes of the battle outside. His face was calm and composed, without the slightest hint of surprise. He said, "Everyone, the demon realm is right in front of us." The deities looked past the wreckage and landed on the huge cavern world that was shaped like a woman's womb. All of them were shocked. So, that is the demon realm. Many of the deities had only heard of it, but they had never seen the real demon realm. This was the first time they had seen it. What was even more unexpected was that they were here to attack the demon realm. Even the deities of the Great Western Alliance had never thought that there would be a day when they would counterattack the demon realm. The entrance to the demon realm was in the center of the womb. There was a huge whirlpool that was emitting black demonic energy. Inside was the demon realm, which had threatened the creatures of the Milky Way for millions of years. All the deities suppressed their fear and excitement and stared at the entrance. At this time, they heard Su Yu's indifferent voice. "Everyone, get ready to fight to the death." It was a vow before the war, which should have made their blood boil and their fighting spirits rise. However, many people couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard it. With such a sacred sky warship, was it necessary for them to fight to the death? They probably wouldn't even have many opportunities to show their faces. "Yes, sir." However, they were still excited, and they couldn't describe their excitement in words. With a click, the huge sacred sky warship sailed into the whirlpool. From afar, it looked like a sharp arrow that had been inserted into a womb. For the first time, the creatures of the Milky Way were going to attack the demon realm. Swish! At this moment, a small boat arrived slowly. One of them had only half of his soul left, and the other had lost his cultivation. They were the Dakini and Jiyu Taishu. Although they were one step ahead, they were far slower than the sacred sky warship and fell behind. Looking at the wreckage of the Milky Way, the two were stunned. Inside the demon realm, the conversation between Princess Yunxia and Li Fei came to an end. Princess Yunxia said, "No need to say more. The first demon army has accumulated more than half of the forces of the demon realm. We must not act rashly." Li Fei compromised and said, "Well, I will listen to your arrangements, as long as the giant of the bitter sea can devour all the creatures of the Milky Way." At this moment, the jade pendant on Princess Yunxia's waist suddenly made a rapid sound. "What?" Princess Yunxia frowned, took off the jade pendant, and crushed it on the spot. From the jade pendant came a hurried voice. Reporting to the princess, "The first demon army has been attacked, and the first level of alert has been activated." Li Fei was slightly surprised. The first level of alert. This is the alert level that the entire demon realm will only be under threat. The entire demon realm only activated it tens of millions of years ago when the giant of the bitter sea was penetrated by a mysterious force. Could it be that the General Broken Bone made a mistake and sent the wrong alert level? Li Fei was a little skeptical. Princess Yunxia's expression was already solemn. She shook her head and said, "The General Broken Bone is the leader of the Holy Magic Hall, second only to the demonic god of Six Paths. He is very strong and has a lot of experience in leading troops. The demonic god of Six Paths also praised him many times and intended to train him to be the successor of the commander. It is impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake." As she said, Princess Yunxia took out another messaging jade pendant and filled in the message. "General Broken Bone, what is the current situation? What kind of enemy is attacking?" However, the message was like a stone in the sea. Princess Yunxia frowned slightly. "Strange, does the enemy have the means to block the transmission of messages?" After a moment of hesitation, Princess Yunxia made a prompt decision and said, "Li Fei, immediately dispatch the God-level patrol team out to investigate. Be sure to grasp the details of the battle outside. At the same time, mobilize the second demon army in my name and prepare to go out to assist the first demon army." Li Fei nodded. "Okay." Watching Li Fei leave, Princess Yunxia couldn't help but touch her chest. Her eyebrows arched. "Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness?" Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Princess Yunxia disappeared from the palace without a trace. After Li Fei dispatched a few god-level patrol teams, he immediately went to mobilize the second demon army of the Holy Magic Hall. But at this moment, There was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder in the sky above the imperial city. A huge vortex opened silently. Li Fei was shocked. How is it possible that the first demon army was defeated so quickly and retreated back to the demonic world? However, Li Fei soon realized that something was wrong. No. Why is the vortex still expanding? Even if all the battleships retreated together, it wouldn't cause such a huge vortex. Whoosh! While he was in shock, a tearing sound suddenly broke out between heaven and earth. The vortex seemed to be unable to bear the pressure and was torn open on the spot, revealing a large space crack. At the same time, a huge battleship tore the vortex and forced its way in. Its size was unbelievably huge. The second demon army of the Holy Magic Hall, which was attacking the creatures of the demonic world with all its strength, was shocked. The size of the battleship was comparable to the sealed boundary of an entire prince. Li Fei's pupils shrank and he lost his voice in shock. How is it possible? The weapon of the ancient civilization, the sacred sky warship. Impossible. Why would it appear in the god realm of the galaxy? Deep fear appeared in his eyes, but he was still calm enough to issue a command. He let out a whistle that spread throughout the imperial city. The princess has ordered that the second demon army will change the priority target of the enemy invasion. Attack immediately. The second demon army quickly gave up on blocking the ordinary creatures and changed their target to the sacred sky warship. Tens of thousands of prospective deities and hundreds of demon gods joined the siege. At this moment, a surprised voice came from the sacred sky warship. Oh! There are still a batch of demon gods in the Holy Magic Hall? Fine, let's wipe them out together. Boom, boom! Infinite beams of light from the superior extermination cannon crisscrossed and swept across the world. Under the light beams, no matter how strong the deities were, they were all turned into dust. The dust drifted down from the sky, turning the sky that was filled with bloody light gray. In the blink of an eye, the world was silent. Many creatures of the demonic world stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The second demon army of the demonic world was gone just like that. From the sacred sky warship, the young and indifferent voice came again. Princess Yunxia, how are you? Boom! With a roar, a beam of light penetrated the depths of the imperial palace and blasted out a huge pit. In the deep pit, under the protection of a layer of bloody light, several halls that were rolling with extreme demonic chi could be vaguely seen. That was the most mysterious existence of the demonic world, the Holy Magic Hall. In the demonic chi, a graceful woman with a phoenix crown on her head stood with her head raised. Her phoenix eyes were filled with deep shock, and her tone was indescribably calm. She said word by word, "You are actually not dead." Chapter 15:11. Wow! A beam of light was cast from the bottom of the sacred sky warship. A silver-haired youth with a crown on his head stood with his hands behind his back, looking down. Sorry to disappoint you. Looking past him, Suyu looked directly at the Holy Magic Hall under the protection of the blood curtain. He could vaguely perceive 8 extremely powerful breaths, all of which were at level 3 and much more dangerous than General Whitebones. They were similar to the 5 mutated creatures in the Shura world, and their strength was comparable to the blood demon. If nothing else, they were the only 8 of the 10 great generals of the Holy Magic Hall. Where is the demonic eye? Suyu asked lightly. Princess Yunxia's eyes flashed, and she asked, "Are you looking for someone?" Suyu nodded. Yes. She smiled sarcastically. Coming to the demon dimension to look for someone, Suyu, you are really a pioneer. However, Suyu said, well, looking for someone is the main thing, and I'm destroying the demon dimension along the way. Along the way. Not only were the demon dimension creatures stunned, but many of the Xing River creatures in the sacred sky warship were also stunned. Destroying the demon dimension was just along the way, so for this young great emperor, what kind of soul-stirring thing was considered as doing his best? I haven't seen you for 8 years, and not only did you get the weapons of the ancient civilization, but you also got an arrogant attitude. 8 years ago, you were just an ant that was being hunted. Princess Yunxia looked at Suyu coldly and sneered. Suyu said slowly, you mean, 8 years ago, you used the power of the demon dimension to hunt him down, but still couldn't kill a small mortal fairy, and still let him leave without any resistance. All I saw was the incompetence of the demon dimension. I didn't expect that after 8 years, you are not ashamed, but proud of it. It seems that these years, you are not as good as you used to be." Hearing this, Princess Yunxia's eyebrows bent, and her face darkened. "Don't waste your breath. Do you think you have the capital to destroy the demon dimension with the sacred sky worship? I won't let you go back." Princess Yunxia took out a blood-red scepter and gently waved it in the air. Sheeing. 8 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly opened, bursting with extremely fierce and bloodthirsty light. 8 powerful breaths reopened the blood curtain and headed straight for the sacred sky worship. Superior extermination cannon, fire. Su Yu made a prompt decision. Rumble, the 100 superior extermination cannons were quickly charged up and shot out hundreds of destructive light pillars, enveloping the blood screen that was hidden deep underground. The dazzling radiance made living beings unable to look directly at it, and the destructive shockwaves forced them to retreat again and again. The shocking momentum seemed like it was going to destroy the demon world and completely destroy it. Many living beings in the devil world were horrified by the overwhelming power. Although the power of the 100 superior extermination cannons had already been demonstrated when the second devil army was destroyed, they were still shocked when they saw it again. When the smoke and dust dispersed, an unexpected scene appeared. The blood veil shattered, and the holy magic hall was destroyed, reduced to ruins. However, there were 8 rays of evil purple light, like 8 purple suns, shining brightly and majestically. In the middle of the 8 purple suns was Princess Yunxia. She was spotless and unaffected by the destruction just now. Hiss. He actually blocked that destructive attack? Some Devil Realm beings were extremely shocked. What is that purple light? Wait, look, they all have a pair of purple wings on their backs. Some demons who had cultivated the eye sorcery suddenly discovered something strange. Su Yu also discovered the existence of the purple wings. He was even more clear that they were not really purple. Instead, they appeared purple because the color of blood was too intense. To be precise, they were blood-colored wings. Wings condensed from the power of Azura. Without a doubt, that was their talent after mutation, and it was their second talent. Among them, there was a second level of mutation. The 8 demon generals used the power of Azura and forcibly blocked the attack of hundreds of superior extermination cannons. Under normal circumstances, 1 superior extermination cannon could destroy a general. Now, the 8 of them joined forces and resisted hundreds of superior extermination cannons. After the mutation, it was imaginable how much their strength had skyrocketed. Princess Yunxia was deep within the protection of the 8 purple suns, and her lips curled up into a cold smile. You didn't expect this, did you? The 2 great demon armies are only used to harvest ants. The trump card of the demon world has always been the 10 great generals of the Holy Magic Hall, and they are all great generals after mutation. What can your sacred sky worship do to me? As the fierce words fell, the 8 purple suns wrapped around Princess Yunxia and rushed out of the ground, heading straight for the sacred sky worship. The 8 extremely powerful power of Azura carried the momentum of destruction. Su Yu's face was calm as he said, "Fight." Swish, swish, swish. The Yongye siblings, Bai Wanqing, and the eldest prince, the 4 level 3 strong men with unparalleled strength, rushed head-on into the 8 purple suns, disintegrating and scattering their peerless offensive. 4 of you, kill them, especially the eldest prince, he must be eaten. The rest of you, follow me to capture Su Yu. Princess Yunxia's cold eyes were fixed on Su Yu, never moving away. The 4 demon generals flew out one after another, each killing 1 person. However, as soon as they fought, they were shocked to realize that the opponent's strength was ridiculously strong. Except for the eldest prince, who was the number 1 genius in the demon world back then, the other 3 were stronger than him. In particular, the 3 of them were proficient in strange dragon magic, and their power was extraordinary. For a moment, they could not do anything to them, but were at a disadvantage. Yongye Chushue performed all kinds of dragon magic, suppressing General Tun Ri to the point where he could only resist. Seeing the opportunity, Yongye Chushue blinked her crystal eyes, and a shadow of the Dragon Emperor suddenly appeared behind her. Dragon Emperor, heavenly voice. The ancient shadow let out a silent dragon cry, and the shadows of the great path rules descended, suddenly binding the opponent. Then, the chains tightened, trying to strangle him. Feeling the crisis of death, General Tunari's face changed dramatically, and he no longer held back. The purple wings behind him suddenly flashed, and a strong power of Azura erupted from his body. Holy demon Vaja! The surface of his body was quickly covered with a layer of blood-red power of Azura, fusing into his flesh and bones. His body expanded rapidly and became more solid, like a hard rock. Not only did the Titan chain of rules not continue to tighten, but it was constantly shaken off by his expanding body. Ha! General Tunari growled, and his body shook violently, shaking off the chain of rules. At the same time, he turned into a stream of light, and terrible power of Azura gushed out of his body, striking Yongye Chushue. Yongye Chushue was caught off guard. She only had time to put up a simple defense, and she was hit. The powerful power poured into her body, destroying her internal organs. Fortunately, she had the protection of the epoch-making dragon blood, so she recovered quickly. Even so, she had suffered serious injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Yongye Chushue was shocked. This mutated general was more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than General Whitebones. Looking at Yongye Wuheng and the others, they were also in a bad situation. Not only did they have the power of devil, but they also had the pair of purple wings, which provided them with an endless supply of power of Azura. In addition, they could also use their second talent, which was strange and unpredictable. General Darkstar, who Yongye Wuheng was facing, had the talent of reflecting damage. No matter how much Yongye Wuheng hurt him, it was reflected back to Yongye Wuheng. In the end, General Darkstar was unharmed, but Yongye Wuheng was covered with cuts and bruises. The eldest prince was not much better off. He was strong, but he was facing General Gentle Beauty, who had the talent of absorbing attacks. He could not hurt her much, but he was slowly affected by General Gentle Beauty's illusion, and his movements gradually became slower. Only Bai Wanqing, with the help of the prying eye and the dream that lasts 1,000 years, managed to trap the other party. However, she could only trap him. The other party's mutated talent was the body of nothingness, so no attack was effective. Instead, if she was careless, her soul consciousness would be penetrated, and her soul would be destroyed. The 4 of them were in a precarious situation, and they were suddenly in great danger. Su Yu saw this, and his expression was slightly cold. He raised his palm, and 30 earth dragon beasts and 30 superior extermination cannons flew out of the space ring. At the same time, they cooperated with the sacred sky warship, swallowing and spitting destructive beams of light to block the 4 attacking purple suns. With such powerful assistance, it was almost equivalent to double the previous strength. Consort Yunxia could not help but be solemn. She said, "Another weapon of civilization? Get into formation and defend." The 4 purple suns emitted dazzling light, sheltering them in it. Boom! Boom! Even more majestic bombardment, like Mercury falling to the ground, bombarded indiscriminately. Moreover, when one wave subsided, another wave came, causing them to lose the power to rush forward and could only passively defend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu left a residual shadow in the sky and went straight to the battlefield where Yongye Chushue and the others were fighting. Seeing this, the 4 of them calmed down a little and fought with all their might. Su Yu first landed beside Yongye Chushue. Without saying a word, pitch-black scales gushed out of his body, and he transformed into the World Annihilation Dragon. The ferocious dragon head slammed into General Tunri. He grinned hideously. "You have no idea of death or danger. Even if the demonic god of 6 paths returns, he may not be able to shake my divine demon Vaja body. Do you think you can shake me with your little dragon transformation technique?" In the midst of his laughter, General Tunri's huge demonic claws slammed into Su Yu's head. "Ha ha ha, the credit is mine." Bang! However, with a loud noise, General Tunri was knocked away by the World Annihilation Dragon, and he stumbled back dozens of steps. With a shocked look on his face, he said in horror, "How is this possible?" In response, the World Annihilation Dragon's giant claws slammed down on his head from above. General Tunri was not angry. Instead, he was delighted and laughed. "Well, let's fight head-on." Let's see who is afraid of whom. Suddenly, his demonic claws emerged with the power of Azura and slammed into Su Yu. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises sounded like thunder exploding in the sky. The two of them had chosen to exchange blows with each other. The earth-shattering battle caused the dust in all directions to fly into the sky. Everyone could only see a dragon and a majestic figure in the dust. Both of them had struck each other's vital parts. Crack! The soft sound of something shattering could be heard all over the place. When one looked closely, they saw that it was General Tun Ri's arm that had been shattered inch by inch. General Tun Ri was horrified, and his eyes were full of fear. Your torso is, crack. The World Annihilation Dragon's claws pressed down, and General Tun Ri's entire body was shattered into pieces. The World Annihilation Dragon transformed into a human form. Su Yu murmured lightly, "It is the body of rules." The 2 drops of ancient god Jiulong's blood had created Su Yu's body of rules. Chapter 15:12. After killing Admiral Swallowing Sun, Su Yu turned his cold eyes and stared at Admiral Darkstar, who was fighting with Yongye Wuheng. All of Yongye Wuheng's magical powers that hit Admiral Darkstar were strangely reflected back to him. All of Admiral Darkstar's magical powers landed on Yongye Wuheng's body. Therefore, Yongye Wuheng was at an absolute disadvantage and was seriously injured. Even so, he did not want to fall behind. Admiral Darkstar sneered. "My talent is invincible. You'd better lie down and accept your death, lest you suffer physical pain." Yongye Wuheng gritted his teeth, feeling very aggrieved. He had never fought with such a strange enemy. At that moment, a cold voice floated from behind Admiral Darkstar. "Invincible? Why don't you let me have a try?" Admiral Darkstar was shocked. What a powerful concealment technique. He did not sense it in advance when it appeared behind him. However, despite being shocked, Admiral Darkstar was not afraid. He even deliberately reacted a few times slower, deliberately waiting for the enemy to hurt him. The more the enemy hurt him, the deeper the damage would be returned to the enemy. It would be best if the enemy could kill him. A sinister smile bloomed on his lips. Boom! A cold touch penetrated his chest from his back. A golden sword pierced through his chest. Admiral Darkstar's sinister smile deepened. Instead of being angry, he sneered. "Ha ha ha! How dare you kill me? Do you know what will happen to you?" Behind him, Su Yu held the Golden Flame's forbidden wood long sword in his hand and gently pulled it back. He wiped the demonic blood on it and said indifferently, "I don't know what will happen to me, but I know what will happen to you." Admiral Darkstar was taken aback and looked back at Su Yu. Su Yu was standing in the same place, safe and sound, with a yin and yang pattern slowly rotating under his feet. You are not hurt," Admiral Darkstar said. Suddenly, he realized that the pain in his chest was getting more and more intense. "How is it possible? My injury did not return to me. Rest in peace." Su Yu turned his wrist, and the long sword swept across his neck. His head flew up into the sky and fell to the ground with unwillingness. He did not lose his talent, but Su Yu used the sky-splitting yin-yang style to return the damage to him through the yin-yang gate. The Darkstar general was full of confidence, so he died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had killed another person. Su Yu's eyes were as cold as before, and he stared at the charming general who was entangled with the first prince. General Ru Mai focused on bewitching the first prince, causing the first prince to sink into it and his movements to gradually slow down. All of a sudden, the first prince revealed a fatal flaw. He flipped his palm over and took out a long, pitch-black nail. It was a replica of an emperor-based saint artifact that specialized in destroying living souls. He struck out with his palm and pierced it into the first prince's forehead. However, just at this moment, a ferocious force slapped toward the first prince from behind. The gentle admiral remained calm and composed. As the power approached, her body contorted strangely, like a ball of cotton that could be kneaded at will. When the energy struck his body, it was as if it had struck cotton. His body was pushed back lightly and landed on the ground without any injuries. Even though she was angry, she couldn't help but exude boundless charm. "Who is it?" Su Yu stepped out from behind the first prince and stared at the charming general. "It's you." Hee hee. General Ru Mai's beautiful eyes turned and found that General Tun Ri and General Anxing were already dead. Her pupils shrank slightly, but she still laughed delicately. What a powerful junior. I've heard of your reputation in the Holy Magic Hall. I didn't expect you to become even more powerful after so many years. I really want to rely on you. Su Yu's eyes were crystal clear. He casually waved his sleeves, dispelling the illusory power that was invisible to the naked eye. He asked, die, or live? General Ru Mai was slightly taken aback. Su Yu's seemingly casual wave had actually dispelled the illusory power that she had secretly released. Concealing the strange look on her face, General Ru Mai laughed. Of course it's either you die or I die. Junior, do you really like to speak irresponsibly? As soon as she finished speaking, her body contorted again, forming a ball of cotton. She exerted a soft feminine palm energy and pressed it against Su Yu's chest. Su Yu's body didn't move. He nodded slightly. You choose death. General Ru Mai giggled. As if you can decide whether I live or die. Take my palm first. Su Yu said, I can indeed decide whether you live or die, no matter what kind of physique you have. When he finished speaking, Su Yu's right palm turned pitch black. He extended his finger and drew the word die in the air. The word die traversed the void and landed on the cotton ball that General Ru Mai had transformed into. As always, General Ru Mai giggled. With her soft body, she dispersed the power that had entered her body and shook it off. However, after the word die entered her body, it was like an ant entering her marrow. It penetrated deep into every part of her body and kept spreading. No matter how she dispersed it, she couldn't stop the power in the slightest. This is the death rules. General Ru Mai's delicate voice changed, and she let out a terrified scream. However, it was only a scream. After that, there was no more sound. Her cotton-like body was completely pitch black. Then, like burnt cotton, she turned into shreds. In the blink of an eye, another general was killed. However, right at that moment, Bai Wanqing suddenly shouted, Young master, be careful. Before Su Yu could react, he heard a roar coming from the soul level. It was so shocking that his soul became numb. It was general nothingness. While Su Yu was focused on dealing with General Ru Mai, he broke through Bai Wanqing's suppression and launched a sneak attack on Su Yu. With a swoosh, it drilled into Su Yu's body in a state of nothingness. Then, the surface of Su Yu's body glowed with an indeterminate grey brilliance. This was a sign that his soul had undergone a mutation. If it was strong, it meant that Su Yu's soul was safe and sound. If it was illusory, it meant that Su Yu's soul had been destroyed. The illusory brilliance on the surface of his body was constantly changing. The Yongye siblings and the first prince also rushed over, looking anxious. General Nothingness should be the most bizarre existence among them. He could devour souls directly. Who could stop him? Princess Yunxia, who was being suppressed, also showed a look of relief. She had never looked down on Su Yu, but she didn't expect that she would still look down on him. Not only did he find the long-lost sacred sky warship, but he also found 3 powerful people who were far beyond her imagination. What shocked her even more was that Su Yu's combat power was amazing. He killed 3 mutated generals by himself. Even if the demonic god of 6 paths returned, he wouldn't be able to kill them easily. After 8 years, what kind of opportunity did Su Yu encounter to increase his strength to such a terrifying degree? However, he will still die in the end. General Nothingness's ability to destroy souls is unparalleled. However, just as Princess Yunxia's voice trailed off, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes indifferently. You really have a death wish. If you were in the state of nothingness, I might not be able to do anything to you easily, but you just had to break into my soul. A crack opened between Su Yu's brows, and a shocking force that devoured souls spread silently, wrapping Su Yu up. The soul that possessed Su Yu was caught off guard. It was wrapped up by the devouring force and dragged into the boundless abyss. With a shrill scream on the soul level, General Nothingness was also obliterated. His soul power was purified and integrated into Su Yu's soul. The soul of level 3 had increased Su Yu's soul power by a lot. The illusory grey brilliance on the surface of his body also slowly dimmed and eventually disappeared. General nothingness was destroyed. Yongye Chushue and the others naturally heaved a sigh of relief, but Princess Yunxia's pretty face changed slightly. The 4 generals had been destroyed, and they were the only ones left. On the other hand, Su Yu and the others were almost unharmed. Together with the sacred sky warship, the earth dragon beasts, and the superior extermination cannons, they were at an absolute disadvantage. What was more worrying was that she was the one who persecuted the creatures of the demon realm. At this moment, apart from the 4 generals who were loyal to her, who else would be willing to fight for her? After analyzing the pros and cons, Consort Yunxia said decisively, "Break out of the encirclement and head to the Jingxian realm." The 4 generals let out a low roar and did their best to shake off the suppression coming from above. At the price of being injured, they forcefully resisted the attack. Borrowing the tyrannical power of the light pillar, they quickly flew toward Jingxian realm. Su Yu's eyes were cold. Leave a group of people to clean up the battlefield, capture the remaining demons of the second demon army alive, and interrogate them about Luo Shui's whereabout. The rest of you, follow me. Staring at the distant Jingxian realm, Su Yu seemed to be able to see a giant as tall as the sky staring at him from a distance. The biggest threat of the demon realm was not the demon army, or even the many powerful generals, but the giant of the bitter sea. The real battle had just begun. The speed of the sacred sky warship was extremely fast. In an instant, it covered thousands of kilometers of mountains and rivers. Although the 4 great generals were extraordinary, they were far from being a match for the sacred sky warship. In less than a few hours, they were caught up. Su Yu did not say anything unnecessary. He ordered the sacred sky warship to bombard indiscriminately. He led Yongye Chushue and the others to cooperate with the bombardment of the 4 great demon generals and Consort Yunxia. Although the 4 great generals had the second talent, under the double attack, how could they be a match? In particular, Su Yu's strength was extremely terrifying, and his first move was an absolute killing move. Puff, the wilderness demon general, was careless, and half of his body was destroyed by Su Yu. Of the 4 great generals, only one was left. Consort Yunxia was shocked and shouted, "Quick! Use the first magical combination technique." The 3 great generals looked at each other, and with a fierce look in their eyes, they attacked and killed the seriously injured wilderness demon general at the same time. Even more cruelly, they ate him on the spot. After swallowing the wilderness demon general, the wings behind the 3 demon generals were even more dazzling, exuding an extremely evil purple light. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, emitting endless purple light, wrapping around the 4 people, including Consort Yunxia. The next moment, the purple light ball suddenly disappeared, and the 4 people in it also disappeared together. Su Yu looked up abruptly, fixed his gaze on the Jingxian world, and said coldly, 300 million miles away, give chase. Half a day later, they were caught up again. After a short battle, the Bone Demon General was destroyed. However, he did not die in the hands of Su Yu, but was destroyed in the same way. The remaining 2 great generals protected Consort Yunxia and flew away again. Su Yu said indifferently, 200 million miles away, continue the chase. The gods behind him were boiling with excitement. Chasing Consort Yunxia was something unimaginable by the predecessors. But now, it was presented in front of them. On the contrary, Consort Yunxia's face was as dark as the water, full of remorse. If she had known this would happen, she would not have killed Su Yu at all costs. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in this situation. Boom! This time, it only took half an hour for the opponent to catch up. Hundreds of light beams from the superior extermination cannon swept down. How could the remaining 2 great generals resist such peerless power? They were killed on the spot. Consort Yunxia saw that the situation was not good, took out a golden bell from her arms, and buckled herself upside down in it. Hundreds of light beams swept past, and the golden bell did not move. In this way, Consort Yunxia escaped the disaster. Chapter 1513. Su Yu had seen this object in the Emperor-based Saint Artifact ranking. The Emperor-based Saint Artifact ranked 23rd was called the Tai Eastern Emperor Bell. It was rumored to be extremely hard. Unless the 9 emperors made a move, no one would be able to break it. Back then, It was in the hands of the overlord of the galaxy, Eastern Emperor Tai. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of Princess Yunxia. A cold light flashed. Su Yu had used his great magical powers, but he could do nothing to the Eastern Emperor Bell. Consort Yunxia stared at Su Yu with hatred, her face still showing the palpitations of having survived a disaster. She said sternly, "Su Yu, today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold in the future." Su Yu stood in front of the Eastern Emperor Bell and stared at her coldly. "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't deal with the Eastern Emperor Bell?" As he spoke, Su Yu placed his palm on the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Milky Way star sand in his palm shone brightly, crazily absorbing the blood essence that Consort Yunxia had injected into the Eastern Emperor Bell. Princess Yunxia's pretty face darkened. "Milky Way star sand. I almost forgot that Tian Jizzi, that trash, gave it to you." Su Yu said indifferently, "Trash? He's someone who loves you dearly." Princess Yunxia looked at Su Yu with pity. "Pitiful aunt, you don't understand anything. You don't even know who he is." He did not respond, because he had pondered this question for many years. As Su Yu's cultivation increased and he gained an understanding of the Emperor-based Saint artifact, how could he not understand how absurd it was for an all-creation strong man to possess an Emperor-based Saint artifact? Even the gods might not be able to touch the imitation, let alone the 21st ranked real one. However, no one could answer this question. Su Yu calmly said, "No matter who he is, his feelings for you are not fake." Whoosh, a drop of essence blood was slowly extracted from the Grand Orient Bell. The Eastern Emperor Bell trembled slightly, showing some signs of loosening. Consort Yunxia knew that death was near, so she did not plead for mercy. She looked up to the sky and laughed, "So what if it's true love? There is only one person in my heart. Other than that, everything else is just fleeting clouds." Oh! A woman like Princess Yunxia still had true feelings? With pity, Su Yu took out the last drop of blood. With a buzzing sound, the Eastern Emperor Bell became a masterless object. Su Yu sucked in the air, and the Eastern Emperor Bell gradually shrank to the size of a palm, falling into his palm. An Emperor-based Saint weapon ranked 23rd could be said to be a rare and precious treasure. Su Yu immediately injected his own blood essence into it, refining it on the spot. Consort Yunxia saw it all, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as her life-saving treasure fell into Su Yu's hands. After the refinement was completed, Su Yu's gaze finally fell on Princess Yunxia. Without giving her any extra time, he said indifferently, "It's over." However, just as Su Yu was about to make his move, a pitch-black remnant shadow flew over from the distant horizon. By the time he saw the afterimage, it was already too late. An incomparably thick chain suddenly wrapped around Princess Yunxia and swept her away in an instant. Only then did the afterimage arrive. Chains. Su Yu stared at the direction in which the chains had retreated, his gaze grave. Puff, at the end of the world, in the boundless fog, the sound of chains rubbing against the ground suddenly rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the world and reverberated in everyone's hearts, causing them to feel goosebumps for no reason. Gradually, the fog rolled, and a huge creature walked out of the fog. Sure enough, a gigantic pitch-black shadow that was tens of thousands of meters tall gradually appeared in the fog. All the gods held their breaths, but the sound of them gulping down their saliva could not be suppressed. The giant of the bitter sea, the legendary giant of the bitter sea. As the giant shadow grew bigger and bigger, the pressure on everyone became stronger and stronger. It was like an ant blocking the way of an elephant. Finally, the giant shadow arrived. The other party was thousands of miles away, but they could not see the head of the giant of the bitter sea. Before the battle officially began, all the gods were shocked by its huge size. Even Yongye Chushue, who had fought against the nine-headed god, was horrified. What kind of creature is this? Yongye Wuheng was deeply shocked. Su Yu said lightly, "The demon race, the descendant of the demon sword divine warrior." The cosmos sword formation passed down by the royal family of the demon realm was the essence of the demon sword divine warrior's life. Such a large demon? Yongye Chushue was also surprised. Sensing the unfathomable breadth of the other party, she said, "And its strength is unimaginably strong. It is on a completely different level from the level 2 deities. Su Yu's eyes were deep. Finally, the giant of the bitter sea. Bang! As the giant of the bitter sea stood still, his huge feet stepped on the ground, directly creating a huge pit that was millions of feet deep. The whole ground also trembled fiercely. A pair of huge bloody eyes coldly looked down at them on the ground. On its shoulder stood Princess Yunxia. She was trembling all over, not knowing whether it was because of the fear of surviving a disaster or because of the excitement of killing Su Yu and the others. The giant of the bitter sea did not speak. He took off the end of the chain from his waist indifferently and lashed it at Su Yu. He remembered Su Yu. The chain was extremely fast. When he saw the residual shadow, the attack had almost reached him. However, Su Yu's reaction was also extremely fast. At the moment when he attacked, he flashed like thunder. Almost at the moment when his body moved, the place where he originally stood was smashed by the sudden appearance of the chain. The whole ground was smashed by this chain, and endless magma spurted out, forming a magma lake. If Su Yu had been a little slower, he would have been seriously injured. The giant of the bitter sea turned over his wrist, and the chain swept violently on the ground, setting off a scorching fire along the way. Su Yu dodged again and again and was almost hit several times. The other gods also hurriedly dodged, for fear of touching the chain. Staring at the chain wrapped around his waist, Su Yu frowned deeply. In addition to the strength of the giant of the bitter sea, the most frightening thing about him was this chain. It was sturdy and could change in a myriad of ways. When he captured the gods in the past, it was also this chain. Once entangled, there was almost no possibility of breaking free. The chain was so tricky that Su Yu had to be serious. He shouted in a low voice, "Cannon of law, open." Buzz. Buzz. The machinery below the sacred skyship rotated, revealing a gap, from which an extremely simple giant cannon hung. In terms of caliber, it was 10 times larger than the ordinary superior extermination cannon. The body of the cannon was engraved with many complex patterns, and vaguely inlaid with the characters of the heavenly book. A destructive energy that had been prepared for a long time expanded rapidly. A large phantom of the chain of law surrounded the giant cannon in layers. A destructive power that contained the power of the laws burst forth at this moment. A series of chains rushed out from the cannon of law, shrouding the giant of the bitter sea with destructive power. The entire demonic dimension was shaken at this moment. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky and earth were cracked, exposing the world barrier. Within a range of hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers, not even a blade of grass could grow. It was shattered into the original form of the barrier. The horror of this blow shocked everyone. This was the strongest blow of the sacred skyship, and it was also the blow that Su Yu had prepared for the giant of the bitter sea. Crack! The crisp sound of something snapping echoed in the surroundings. Looking over, the giant of the bitter sea retracted the chain at the critical moment and used it to block in front of him, using the chain to resist this peerless attack. Normally, this blow was enough to seriously injure a level 1 deity. However, he completely blocked this blow with the chain. Most of the chain was broken, but a small part was still connected. The giant of the bitter sea stared at the chain that was about to break. With a roar, the chain flew and whipped towards the sacred skyship. Retreat! Su Yu shouted softly, and the sacred skyship retreated hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. The chain whipped the bow of the sacred skyship. However, the bow of the sacred skyship, which was as sturdy as the sacred skyship, was shattered into pieces. It was conceivable that if they were hit by that blow, they would definitely die. The combat power of the giant of the bitter sea soared again. However, the most powerful blow of the sacred skyship failed to completely destroy the chain. Next, the giant of the bitter sea, who was in a frenzy, whipped the chain and swept it around. Su Yu and the others could not get close to it at all. Yongye Chushue's eyes flashed and she swallowed hard. Is this the power of a level 1 deity? In front of him, they did not even have a chance to attack, let alone defeat him. Yongye Wuheng also said, "Is it time to retreat? We have no chance of winning in a battle with a level 1 deity." Even Bai Wanqing said, "Sir, my hunch is completely chaotic. I am afraid that the future is not going to be good. It is better to think about it in the long run. The deities nodded one after another. Today, we stepped into the demon dimension, killed 2 great demon armies, and killed all the generals of the Holy Magic Hall. This is already a great achievement. The giant of the bitter sea is not something we can deal with. We have no choice but to retreat. However, Suyu shook his head calmly. If we do not destroy the giant of the bitter sea, this trip will be in vain. After pondering for a moment, Suyu took a deep breath and said, "Attack that chain with all your strength. We must destroy it." He was determined. The deities gritted their teeth and joined the battle one after another. The sacred skyship, the superior extermination cannon, the earth dragon beasts, thousands of warships, countless strong men, and Suyu and the others attacked at the same time. This was the ultimate power of almost all the forces of the God Realm Empire. The giant of the bitter sea roared and swung the chain in all directions. With one sweep, a large number of warships were destroyed. Most of the energy of the bombardment was blown away, and a small number of them died instantly. Their attacks couldn't even touch the edge of the chain. Suyu's eyes turned cold. This chain was too dangerous and had to be destroyed. Otherwise, the casualties would be even more tragic. 7,000 divine paths. At this moment, Suyu shouted. 7,000 virtual shadows of deities appeared behind him, each of which was 10,000 feet tall. 7,000 virtual shadows of deities attacked at the same time. At the moment when the chain was about to hit, it was immediately captured. A pitch-black and rough chain was clearly visible. It carried an unparalleled power and swept through a large number of virtual shadows of deities. However, its sweeping momentum gradually slowed down. When more than half of the virtual shadows of deities were swept away, the chain was finally forcibly stopped. It was suppressed by the other 3,500 virtual shadows of deities. The giant of the bitter sea roared and struggled to twitch. The chain began to roll again. Seeing this, Suyu shouted, "Everyone, attack that gap." Boom. Boom. All kinds of magical powers turned into destructive attacks, bombarding the gap that was about to break. Chapter 15-14. Creak. The chain twitched at the last moment and was forcibly pulled out from the suppression of the gods. The huge force caused thousands of gods to be destroyed. Seeing that the giant of the bitter sea was about to swing the chain again, at the critical moment, Suyu's left eye rushed into the sky, blooming a magnificent purple light. A chain phantom shot out from his left eye. Time law. Stop. Creak. The law descended, and the twitching chain stopped abruptly. The giant of the bitter sea staggered and almost fell forward. He looked even more furious, and the veins on his arms bulged. He burst out with all his strength to pull out the chain. But at this time, their attack finally arrived. Tens of thousands of attacks of different power converged into a line and fell straight and accurately on the gap. Bang! With a violent cracking sound, the chain finally broke into 2 pieces. The giant of the bitter sea, who was pulling the other end of the chain, lost its balance and stepped back several steps. Finally, it sat on the ground, smashing tens of millions of miles of mountains and rivers. This scene caused the gods and creatures to be shocked. Suyu said coldly, "All creatures, attack." Boom. Boom. Thousands of attacks fell like raindrops, shrouding the giant of the bitter sea. The giant of the bitter sea lost the chain and only had a small part of his waist. He could not resist at all and could only bear it. The attacks of the ordinary gods and gods were still manageable, but the attacks of the sacred skyship, the superior extermination cannon, and the earth dragon beast were not small injuries to him. Roar. The giant of the bitter sea was in pain on the ground and kept rolling. Seeing this scene, the gods were very excited. There was hope. They had the hope to kill the giant of the bitter sea who had threatened countless eras. However, on the shoulder of the giant of the bitter sea, Consort Yunxia showed a different expression. It seemed to be excitement, but also deep pity and sarcasm for Suyu and the others. Suyu also noticed that something was wrong. When he glanced at the broken chain, he suddenly thought of something. His face gradually changed, and finally, he could not help but show a trace of sadness. Could it be? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, The painful roar of the giant of the bitter sea stopped abruptly and was replaced by laughter that had never been heard before. The laughter ran through the demon world and shook the galaxy for hundreds of millions of miles. The entire womb-shaped demon world collapsed everywhere, as if it was about to break. From afar, it looked as if a baby was about to be born. The gods froze on the spot. They looked at each other in shock and unease. Is he crazy? How can you still laugh after being attacked by us? Shouldn't you be paying attention to the giant of the bitter sea? He actually smiled. The first prince said in a deep voice, I've been in the demon realm for thousands of years, but this is the first time I've seen that the giant of the bitter sea can also smile. Something's not right. Something's not right. In their surprise, the giant of the bitter sea slowly stood up. There was no longer any pain on his huge face. There was only the pleasure of relief, excitement, and high spirit. That almost barbaric face was now filled with intelligence. When it looked down at the numerous living beings on the ground, it actually opened its mouth and said, Hey, I really have to thank all of you. This emperor, no, this emissary, is finally free. Break free? The deities were at a loss. They stared at the broken chain and instantly understood something. What he's trying to say is that he was once bound by chains, but we cut the chains. The legion of gods couldn't believe what they were hearing. Weren't the chains his weapons? Why were they his restraints instead? The first prince was shocked and lost his voice. You actually spoke. Also, that chain is actually a seal that binds you. He was familiar with the secrets of the demon realm, but he never knew that the real role of the chain was not a weapon, but a thing that sealed him. On the shoulder of the giant of the bitter sea, consort Yunxia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes were moist, showing her inner excitement. This is God's will. It is God's will. I didn't expect to complete the Lord's task ahead of time, the first prince said in a deep voice. Consort, what is going on? Who is the Lord you are talking about? Consort Yunxia stared at him playfully and smiled deeply. You might as well ask Su Yu. He is so smart, maybe he has already guessed it. The deities all looked at Su Yu, their eyes full of confusion and confusion. Being stared at by everyone, Su Yu's face did not ease a bit. It was terrifyingly calm. After a long while, he said, I was careless and fell for it. That chain may indeed be a seal. He blamed himself a little. When he saw the chain, he should have thought of a creature. The epoch-making dragon. He was trapped by the strange chain and could not move, let alone leave the forbidden land of 10,000 demons. The chain wrapped around the waist of the giant of the bitter sea seemed to be a weapon, but it might also be a seal that suppressed him. If not, why had he never stepped out of the demon realm for so many years? The reason was probably this chain that bound him in the demon realm, making him unable to leave. Unbeknownst to them, they had cut off the chains and unlocked the giant of the bitter sea. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Only the first prince shook his head and said, Impossible, he is the first demon emperor, the one who created the demon realm. Who can bind him here? However, Su Yu's question made the first prince stiffen on the spot. Then, who told you that he is the first demon emperor? It was historical records. You mean, he is not the first demon emperor? The first prince stuttered, a little absent-minded. Su Yu nodded, then shook his head. Not only is he not the first demon emperor, but he is not even a demon at all. What? The first prince was horrified. The second princess and the sixth princess, who were in the rear of the warship, were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the giant of the bitter sea, who had existed in the bitter sea for millions of years, was not a demon. But he multiplied the demon race. There is no doubt about that, right? The first prince could not accept this reality. Su Yu shook his head. This is what the historical records tell you. The one who created and multiplied the demon realm is someone else. Who? The first prince was puzzled. Su Yu said, that is the person who trapped the giant of the bitter sea here. If I am not wrong, he should be a descendant of the demon sword divine warrior. However, for some reason, after sealing the giant of the bitter sea, he disappeared, leaving behind a group of descendants of the demon sword divine warrior. Then, you were deceived by the giant of the bitter sea, mistakenly believing that he was the first demon emperor, And you have been deceived until today. The first prince kept shaking his head at Su Yu's bold inference. No, this is impossible. Everything is just speculation, there is no real evidence. Su Yu sighed. How difficult is it to have real evidence? Why don't you ask the giant of the bitter sea, as a descendant of the demon sword divine warrior, why is he afraid of the golden flames forbidden wood? The golden flames forbidden wood is the main material for refining the Nine Suns sword formation, and the Nine Suns sword formation and the Cosmos sword formation of the demon realm are the essence of the demon sword divine warrior's lifetime. Do you still think it is reasonable for a descendant of the divine warrior to be afraid of the inheritance of his ancestors? The first prince was stunned. Yes, he used to wonder why the giant of the bitter sea was afraid of the golden flames forbidden wood, and the golden flames forbidden wood happened to restrain the giant of the bitter sea. The strangest thing was that the blood of the giant of the bitter sea also happened to restrain the royal family. The two sides that could restrain each other were like natural enemies. How could they be creatures of the same bloodline? The first prince was shocked, and it took him a long time to gradually accept this absurd reality. Ha 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 ha. The giant of the bitter sea looked up to the sky and laughed. He couldn't help but praise Su Yu. You are indeed a junior who can escape from me. You are as intelligent as a demon. With just a few words, you can infer most of the whole picture. If I hadn't been patient, you wouldn't have discovered the secret of the chain. I am afraid you would have seen through me. These words supported Su Yu's guess. Yes. I was accidentally discovered by the descendants of the demon sword divine warrior and sealed here. He originally intended to use me to nourish the descendants of the demon sword divine warrior, but halfway through, he was summoned by a mysterious powerful person and forgot about me here. The giant of the bitter sea's eyes were full of resentment. What do you think the bitter sea is for? It's used to corrode this emissary's cultivation. Fortunately, he gave up halfway. Otherwise, if he had completed the layout of the bitter sea, the corrosion would have been unbearable even for me at that time. For tens of millions of years, I have been trying to find a way to break free from the seal. Finally, I came up with a plan to escape. I practiced the curse of reincarnation of 10,000 demons and gradually transformed myself into a demon. This seal is ineffective against demons. If everything goes well, I can get out of it. In fact, I am now mostly a demon. As long as I devour the current royal family of the demon race, I will be successful. Unfortunately, tens of millions of years ago, the undead demon emperor sensed that I was suspicious and refused to be my food. He escaped from the demon realm. I could only wait for tens of millions of years, preparing to drive the demon realm to find the undead demon emperor in the galaxy. But the giant of the bitter sea looked at the broken chain on his waist and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that you would accidentally break the seal? I saved the effort of looking for the undead demon emperor and got out of it directly. Hearing this, the deities' hearts sank to the bottom. They had actually released a sealed, primordial monster. The giant of the bitter sea looked down at them, and the corners of his mouth cracked into a ferocious arc. I have told you the truth. As a token of gratitude, I have decided to give you a quick death. Azura sword. The giant of the bitter sea shouted in a low voice. The bitter sea behind him rolled, and a blood-red long sword broke through the huge waves and flew to the front of the giant of the bitter sea. The blood sword was 5 million feet long, almost half the length of the giant of the bitter sea. With a casual sweep, it could destroy the creatures within a radius of 5 million miles. Back then, this Azura sword was also sealed. It has been sinking in the bitter sea for hundreds of millions of years. Thank you for your hard work. The giant of the bitter sea stroked the long sword with a nostalgic look on his face. He immediately said, after so many years of silence, you must have not been bloodthirsty for a long time, right? Hee. With a sweep of his bloody eyes, he stared at everyone present. Su Yu's pupils shrank, and the words Azura sword lingered in his mind. On the list of emperor-based saint artifacts, the 9th item was the Azura sword.